Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Be Weird broadcast. Thanks so much for joining us here. We are live and alive covering the Ukraine-Russia conflict. It's really popped off last night. Give me a sec. And yeah, it's gonna be a good stream. We'll do some Elden Ring later. I'm looking into protests happening in Montreal, so look up for that. I'm thinking maybe I can do an IRL stream tomorrow. That could be fun. And yeah, stuff's happening, everybody. But how are you doing? Might not be morning where you are, but hope you're having a lovely day. Hope you had a good sleep. I think I slept all the way until like 5 o'clock. Not bad. Not bad. Hey, you know what I realized I haven't done? I haven't actually, like, added... I don't think I've actually added the restream chat to this. Yeah, here we go. Let's get chat back in here. That makes a bit of sense. Yeah, so, okay. All right, everybody. I'm starting a bit early. Usually it's like 9 o'clock for the weekend, but you know, things are already happening. So we're gonna jump right into it. See what happened overnight. I know that there's a couple really crazy speeches, and there's I think even a debate that we might go over, or not a debate, just XQC and Destiny talking about Ukraine, which I think sounds really funny because XQC is just so upfront about how little he knows. He's so honest about, he's so transparent about how little he understands, and so it makes him a really good he really like asks the questions that like some people may not be brave enough to, and Destiny can explain things well, but you know, Pepe la Destiny. All right, let's get into some React content. Who we, everybody. Internet in Ukraine disrupted as Russian troops advance. Holy cow. I didn't spend as much time digging through sources, so that might be a bit of the lull as I just sort of pull things up. So, Eurovision has banned Russian musicians. Oh, let me turn down the music. So yeah, Eurovision has banned Russian musicians for political reasons. In 2019, the Eurovision took place on top of the cleansed Palestinian village of Al-Sheikh Muanis. The Eurovision village was built on top of the Palestinian area of Al-Manshia. Apparently it wasn't political. These people got a $5,000 euro fine for doing this. Bringing politics. I mean, this guy's kind of in S&M gear. I mean, they both are. But yeah. So, Eurovision. I don't even know what Eurovision is, I'm going to be honest. I'm clearly a Canadian. So, there's been a couple of these. This isn't the only one I've seen. But multiple videos on social media of Russian military out of fuel, food, and stuck.
Можно оттащить на Россию обратно. А вы хоть знаете, куда вы едете? Куда? На Киев, блядь, хуярите. Да. А что по новостям говорят? Ну, у вас пока все на нашей стороне. Ваши и плен сдаются хорошо. Потому что тоже пацаны не знают, куда едут и ехать, блядь. И я вот всю колонну пообспрашивал, таких как вы, никто не в курсе вообще, кто куда едет.
Is it another one? No. Wait, there's two of them? Okay, so yeah, looks like the Russian military is having.
Сломались?
real serious problems.
Можно оттащить на Россию обратно.
Okay, we have
А вы
some
хоть знаете,
live coverage here, so that's going to give me an opportunity to sort of dig through for other sources that I've seen milling around.
Really augur well. But I think it seems from the television reports and the media reports that they will continue to fight, although they are also pretty clear that before the Russian military might, they have little chance. The severe sanctions include SWIFT, which actually the Europeans are in a position to impose. And SWIFT, I think, have already been now announced. So dollar denomination transactions will be all stopped. The Russian banks will not be able to handle this. Besides that, there will be severe restrictions of import of any high technology by Russia. Russian gas to Germany has already been now stopped because of the non-operationalization of the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, which has been especially built for supply of gas from Russia to Germany and then to beyond to other European countries. So sanctions may not hit Russia immediately because Russia already has about $650 billion of foreign exchange reserves. They also have huge gold reserves. So I think they may be able to tide over sanctions for some time. But in the long run, I think sanctions will affect them. Of course, they have other friends like China, and they can bank on them in the situation of crisis, financial crisis, etc. They can supply gas to China also. But I think on the whole, this situation is not going to be particularly helpful to Russia. But I'm not sure how long this whole sanction thing will sustain, because your countries in Europe had a very different view with respect to the relationship with Russia. And as you've seen, till the very end, German Chancellor and French President were in direct touch with Russia, with President Putin, negotiating, trying to find a solution through Minsk agreement and Normandy format and all that. So the interdependence between Germany and Russia, economic interdependence, is considerable. There are large investments on both sides. I read somewhere that even Russians were planning to invest in Germany for improving this energy infrastructure and so on. So whether this pipeline can be kept in abeyance for such a long time, I'm not so sure. And SWIFT also, you have to have unity among all European countries. Whether that can be sustained, it is, I think, going to be a big challenge before the
I
rest.
think I found some good content. Thank you for being patient. I thought something that might be interesting to go over are the Zelenskyy speeches. Everything he said so far has been incredibly clear. But I don't think we actually watched his first one from February 24th. This one got a lot of buzz from a few days ago. And also, like, just to give an example of what happened overnight. Yeah, that's what happened overnight. Holy shit, that's a residential building.
A security camera that caught the moment a missile hit an apartment building there in Kyiv. According to the Ukrainian Interior Ministry, active fighting is still taking place on the streets, and an advisor to President Volodymyr Zelenskyy says police are working against Russian sabotage and reconnaissance groups that are inside the capital.
We're here in a residential neighborhood quite near to one of Kiev's airports, Juliana Airport. And you can see behind me, I'm just going to step out of the way so that my cameraman Scotty McWhinney can show you here the damage that has been done. Some kind of a projectile hit this apartment building at about 8:15 this morning. We're hearing, you can still see smoke coming from it. There was a big fire. Still smoking. There are ambulance workers on the scene. And what they're doing now is trying to take some scaffolding up there to try to prevent the 22nd and 23rd floors from collapsing.
Oh my God.
But miraculously, no one was actually killed in this strike. We're hearing from Ukrainian authorities that 6 people were wounded. Frankly, it's hard to imagine how anyone survived that. But 6 people were wounded. They're being treated in various hospitals. And there's a little bit of a he said, she said going on about how this happened. Ukrainian authorities saying that this was the work of a Russian missile. And the Russians are saying that they believe, excuse me, sorry, it's very windy here and there's a lot of debris flying around. The Russians are saying that they believe that this was actually a Ukrainian missile defense system that somehow went awry and ended up hitting this apartment building. Now, whoever was responsible and however this happened, the reality is this is the sort of thing that does happen when you have a war playing out in a major metropolis like Kiev. This is a city of nearly 2.9 million people. And we're in a pretty central area here. This isn't sort of, you know, on the far outskirts of town. You can just imagine how terrifying it was for the people who were sleeping or just waking up, having their breakfast with their families on a Saturday morning, already terrified about the situation, only to find their building hit in this attack.
Yo, this is getting very real, very fast. Okay, we got a bunch of short clips. Young Russian soldier cries as the local residents of Sumy tell him that he is not welcome in their country.
Ваш дебил, той сука, блядь. Путін ёбаний, блядь. І вас, дураків, блядь, ставить, щоб ви йшли отсюда. Тільки вас уже, блядь, ніхто не вивозить. Ви валяєтесь отак.
Нам не нужно врываться русская весна, нахуй. Мы сами разберемся, блядь.
Yeah, I think people forget that, like, a lot of the people, at least some of the people in the Russian army are just going to be young conscripts, like just like 18 to 21-year-olds who don't really understand the world very much, just kind of serving their country without really understanding the politics. Like, that's kind of the part I find most unusual. Okay, so this is summary of the second day of the war from Zelenskyy.
Сьогодні був тяжкий,
Today was a hard day.
але сміливий день.
Today was a hard but brave day. We are fighting for freedom
Ми
on
боремося
multiple
за
fronts.
свою державу абсолютно на всіх фронтах. На півдні,
On
сході,
southeast and north
півночі,
side of our country,
у багатьох
fighting
містах
24
нашої
hours.
прекрасної країни.
Also on diplomatic
Боремося
fronts.
цілодобово і на дипломатичному фронті. Легше сказати, з ким із світових
It's
лідерів.
easier to name
Я
the
ще
world
сьогодні
leaders that
не
I
говорю.
didn't speak
Ми це
to
продовжуємо.
than
Я сьогодні
otherwise.
постійно працював
Than otherwise.
і говорив з президентом Макроном,
I talked today with
Шольцем,
Presidents
Рюте,
Macron, Schulz,
пані фон дер
Rutte,
Ляєн, з
Frau von der
президентом
Leyen,
Сполучених Штатів
and also with
Америки
Biden.
Байденом. Окреслив, якої ще відповіді Заходу на цю агресію
I explained what kind of
очікують
actions
українці.
Ukraine
Домовився
expects
про
and
нову
negotiate about
допомогу,
new help to our
нову
country.
підтримку, значну допомогу для нашої держави. Я дякую всім
I
лідерам,
appreciate the support
окремо дякую
and especially the
президенту
support from
Байдену.
Biden.
Дуже зрадів, коли побачив новини
I want to
з
say
Дружньої
thank you
Грузії.
to
Хочу
Georgian
подякувати
people that come to
доброму,
squares and
прекрасному
support Ukraine.
грузинському
You are
народу,
true
який
friends of
вийшов на
Ukraine. Thank
вулиці
you.
своєї країни і підтримав Україну. Ви справжні друзі. Дякую. Наша головна мета
Our true goal is to end this war. Enemy lost hundreds of lives of their soldiers today. They cross our borders. They come into our territory.
солдатів, які перейшли наш кордон, які перейшли на
Our
нашу
true-
землю. Маємо втрати,
Unfortunately,
на
we
жаль,
also have
і
losses.
Українці героїчно
Ukrainians
чинять
fight
спротив
heroically
агресії.
against this
Її
aggression.
неможливо
This
виправдати.
aggression cannot be
Тому
justified.
окупантам доводиться придумувати усе більш абсурдні
So the occupiers have to come up
щоб
with
говорити
increasingly
хоча б
absurd
щось.
accusations.
Впевнений, що ці звинувачення, вони не об'єктивні, в них
I am
ніхто
convinced
не
that these
повірить, не
accusations
повірить
are so absurd that
українці,
neither
не
the
повірить
Ukrainians,
світ,
neither
не
Russians will
повірять
believe in it.
граждані Російської Федерації. Просто немає і не може бути такої
It's just there
правди,
is
яка
no such
могла
truth
би
that can explain
пояснити,
why artillery
чому обстрілюють
launcher
зрештою
fires into
артилерії
kindergarten and
дитячі
suburbs.
садочки та житлову інфраструктуру. У Ворзелі Київської області били градами.
Yeah, everyone's pretty quiet today. Low turn
Били
youth. Good
градами
morning.
по
They hit
дитячому
grads
будинку.
into kindergarten grads into kindergarten
Охтирці,
today. That's fucked. In
Сумська
Sumy,
область, били
they shells
ураганами.
Jurgens into civil
Підоб-
suburbs. How does he pronounce Sumy?
Дитячому будинку. По Охтирці, Сумська область, били ураганами. Під обстрілом були житлові квартали, укриття, дитячі садочки. Що це за війна проти українських дітей в дитячому садку?
What is the kind of war against kindergartners? Are they also
Вони теж
neo-Nazis from kindergartens?
неонацисти.
Or it's crazy NATO soldiers that threaten
Дитячого
Russia?
садочку. Або це
Йоу.
солдати НАТО, які загрожували Росії, вбиті і поранені діти. Це вирок.
Dead
цьому
and injured
вторгненню.
children are the
Усі,
result of
я
this invasion.
підкреслюю, усі повинні зробити усе, щоб
Emphasize that
тільки
everyone must do
можуть, щоб
everything to stop this
зупинити
war.
цю
Every
війну.
day of aggression
Кожен день
destroys
агресії руйнує
normal life.
нормальне життя. Не тільки в Україні,
Not only in
але й в
Ukraine, but
Росії,
also in Russia,
також в
also in
Європі,
Europe
у світі.
and the world.
Європейці ще не уявляють, що
Europeans still have no idea what it means to deal with this neighbor. I must say, quite frankly, yeah, serious sloth. This night will be harder than the day. Many cities of our state are under attack. Sumy, Kharkiv, Chernihiv, our boys and girls in Donbas, in the south of Ukraine, especially in capital Kyiv. Kyiv. We can't lose the capital. Holy shit. I appeal to our defenders on all fronts. This night, the enemy will use all the possible means and will try to break our resistance. Vilely, cruelly inhumane, tonight they will storm. We all need to understand what awaits us.
Що нас чекає. Цієї ночі маємо вистояти.
We
Доля
must
України
stand and fight.
вирішується саме зараз.
The fate of
Кожен
Ukraine
цивільний
are on the
громадянин
stakes.
має бути максимально
Every
обережним.
civilian must be as
Допомагайте,
careful as
будь ласка,
possible.
один одному.
Please help each other,
Особливо людям
especially the
літнього
elderly, lonely,
самотнім,
those who are now
тим,
very vulnerable.
кому зараз дуже важко. За будь-якої небезпеки.
In case of
переходьте
emergency,
в
get into the
укриття.
shelters.
Кожен, хто вже
Everybody who
долучився до
joins the
захисту
defense,
України
stop
або
the enemy
може
at all
допомогти
costs.
обороні, зупиняйте ворогу всюди, де можете. Закривайте спеціальні знаки, які диверсанти залишають на дорогах.
Clear the special
які
markers that
диверсанти залишають
saboteurs
на
mark our
будівлях.
cities for shelling.
Спалюйте
Oh,
ворожу техніку.
interesting.
Усім. Усім,
Burn
чим
the
ви
enemy
можете.
vehicles with
Якщо для
Molotovs.
загарбників
Oh my
навіть
god.
дитячі садочки
If they target our
допустимо,
kindergartens,
ви
no
не
mercy
повинні
to invaders.
залишити
Oh
їм
my god.
жодного шансу. Всі думки,
All our
всі
prayers
молитви
with our
України
defenders, we believe
з
in you.
нашими військовими. Віримо у них.
Defend
Дбаємо
our land.
про них. Захищаємо нашу державу.
Holy
Ніч
cow. The night will be very
буде
difficult, but
важко.
it will be morning.
Дуже важко. Але буде ранок.
Glory.
Слава Україні.
Slava Ukraine. Glory to Ukraine. That was incredible. Oh my god. Bro, what a wartime speech. I think I also have lined up, I'm just looking for it now, another speech from him. I think this is the morning after, everybody.
Всім добрий вечір. Лідер фракції тут.
Good evening, good day. The Prime Minister Shmyhal is here, the party leader is here, the head of the President's administration is here, and obviously the President's here. All of us are here. Our military are here, our civil servants are here, defending our independence and our state. And we mean to keep it that way. Glory to our allies. Glory to Ukraine.
Слава Україні.
So he sent that out because it's all the leadership are live and none of them have left, which means they all have confidence, and he's showing his
The President's
time,
here.
10:36 p.m. So that this must be the night right before the raid. They know that they're about to get clapped up. Yeah, Simon. Like there's as someone who's played a lot of Total War, I know that morale is like a key a key resource you have to maintain. So they're boosting the morale of troops before like shit about to pop off. Okay, what else do I have? That, oh man, I actually like feel so anxious just watching that stuff. Oh my god. Ukrainian soldiers let Russian captive soldier call his parents.
Я.
Okay,
Я в плену, бать.
Aha, a voice on the phone. Aha, how are you?
Я в плену, бать.
I'm in captivity, Dad.
В
Where?
плену.
In captivity. What?
Да.
Seriously? Yeah. Are you completely
Не
nuts?
знаю, надо что-то решать.
We need to come
что-то
up with
делать.
something. We need to do something.
Выкупы вы придумали?
A Ukrainian man says, "Did you think we wanted a ransom from you?" Dad says, "Wait, I'll give the phone to your mother."
Она сейчас очень сильно... Да,
Indistinguishable.
мам.
Yes, Mom.
Я в плену,
What?
мам.
I'm in captivity, Mom. Ukrainian man says, "Tell her exactly where you are in captivity."
Ты в плену. Конкретно где ты?
Так,
Mom, who is there? What do you mean?
так, на Украине
In captivity, in Ukraine, the prisoner says.
в плену.
Mom, but how did you end up there? Ukrainian man, tell her indistinguishable.
Сказали, едьте на
They told us to go and we did.
Украину, мы поехали, мам. Никто ничего не знал.
No one knew anything, Mom. Wow. She asks, and what to do now?
Я не знаю, что
I don't know what to do.
делать. Надо что-то
Help,
решить.
we need to come up with something.
Просите.
What should I
Не
do?
знаю, мам.
I don't know, Mom. I need help.
Помощь нужна.
Are you alone
Я не
there? I don't know.
знаю.
Ukrainian man, tell her you are being treated well here. Mom asks, who did you go with?
Все поехали.
Everyone went. But you're the only one who got
Я не
captured, right?
знаю.
I don't know. Where are you locked up?
Ну, на Украине
Somewhere in
местность, я
Ukraine.
не знаю,
I don't know
мам.
the surroundings, Mom.
Нет.
Вообще похуй.
А?
Huh?
Да я не знаю.
Where? I have no idea. But who is there? Ukrainian mom. Ukrainian man. Tell your mom to appeal.
Пусть мама обращается, блядь.
Мама, обращайтесь
Mom, appeal to commanders. Call them and someone
к
else.
командирам, позвони кому-нибудь.
But what commanders? Why did you... Oh, it ends. It just ends. That was a crazy discussion. What was he hoping? He's a prisoner of war. What do you think's gonna happen, my guy? Why would they let... Why? Typical dad, I'll pass the phone to your mother. Mom handles all ransom demands and hostage situations. Oh, God, the memes. Did you eat? I don't know, Mom. Fuck. All right, okay. Moving on. Ukrainian soldier sends message to Russian invaders. I'll record this in Russian to make it be fucking clearer.
Специально запишу по-русски, чтобы было, блядь, понятнее.
He's putting, is that a, what is that? A suppressor on an AK? That doesn't make sense. I don't understand guns.
Шо, ребята? Как
Well,
дела?
guys, what's
Шо,
up?
тиха украинская
What? Is the Ukrainian night quiet? As the great Ukrainian writer Gogol said?
ночь, да, как говорил великий украинский писатель Гоголь? Все ли у вас хорошо,
Is everything
ребят?
good with you kids?
Нравятся ли вам наши...
Do you like our Bayraktars? Good morning, Trevor. Hey, Lacey, how are you doing? Did a Ukrainian mom let him call his Russian mom? No, I believe a Ukrainian soldier, the soldiers who captured him, let him call his parents. Yeah. Do you like our Bayraktars?
Байрактары. Как вы
Bayraktar.
думаете, что это
What do
над
you
вами
think?
сейчас летает?
What's flying above you
Как
right
вы
now?
думаете, что это
What do you
шуршит в
think?
кустах, пацаны?
What is rustling in the bushes, my guy? What thoughts do you have about that?
Какие у вас есть мысли по этому поводу? Чтобы это могло
What the fuck
быть,
could it be?
блядь? Ребятки, он
Dudes,
пиздец.
you are fucked.
Вы сейчас остановились.
You've stopped for now.
У нас все хорошо.
We're fine.
Мы подтягиваем
We're pulling
резервы.
up our reserves.
У нас есть авиация.
We have
У
aviation.
нас есть танки.
And we have tanks.
У нас есть все.
We've got everything.
Вам
Your
всё
ass is
по парню.
ours,
Давайте
fellows.
так.
How about
Давайте
this?
нахуй,
Why do you fucking surrender while you still have that chance?
блин. Пока есть такая возможность. Многие ваши уже выбрали.
Many of yours have already chosen that path. It's not that bad, really.
Самый херовый на самом деле. Мы с пленными...
It may be a mistake, but we
Возможно,
treat
это ошибка,
prisoners
мы
of
к
war
пленным
fairly
относимся
well.
довольно хорошо. Поэтому
So you're stuck right
сейчас
now,
устали.
and soon we'll start kicking your
А
ass.
дальше мы начнем вас гонять.
Делать мы это
And we'll start doing it right now.
прямо сейчас. Поэтому
Therefore,
используйте
use your
последний
last
шанс.
chance. The fucking smile, man.
Специально запишу по-русски, чтобы было,
I'm
блядь,
just gonna let it
понятно.
play.
Шо, ребята, как дела? Шо, тиха украинская ночь, да, как говорил великий украинский писатель Гоголь? Все ли у вас хорошо, ребятки? Нравятся ли вам наши байрактары? Как вы думаете, что это над вами сейчас летает? Как вы думаете, что это шуршит в кустах, пацаны? Какие у вас есть мысли по этому поводу? Что бы это могло быть, блядь? Ребятки, он пиздец. Вы сейчас остановились. У нас все хорошо. Мы
There's
подтягиваем
Ukrainian
резервы.
music in the background.
У нас есть авиация. У нас есть танки.
Just noticed.
У нас есть все. Вам жопа, парни. Давайте так. Сдавайтесь нахуй в плен. Пока
Oh
есть
my
такая
gosh.
возможность. Многие ваши уже выбрали этот путь. Он не самый херовый на самом деле. Мы с пленными...
The
Возможно,
balls.
это ошибка, но мы к пленным относимся довольно хорошо. Поэтому сейчас вы встали.
The absolute
А
balls
дальше
on this guy.
мы начнем вас гонять. И делать мы это будем прямо сейчас. Поэтому используйте свой
Use your last
последний
chance.
шанс.
It's like the same word. Chance. Chance. Okay. All right. That was pretty metal. Here, screws on suppressor. Here are those oh god, those bushes rustling. I wonder about the low ranks in Russia's army, whether or not they're up to the task of actually killing people. I mean, they're probably going in and thinking the Ukrainians are just going to surrender in the face of Russia's army. Putin will be essentially asking his men to murder other people for no real logical purpose, and there's like deep cultural ties here too, like they're brothers. Imagine Americans being sent to kill Canadians. Wow. Imagine trying to militarily occupy Canada with so much damn land protected by former hunters, moose, grizzlies, and polar bears. Russia thinking that they can occupy and reverse nation build Ukraine is crazy enough. 150,000 troops sounds like a lot, but that is 1.5 square miles of Ukraine for every Russian troop. If Ukraine's army decided to go to ground, with way more Ukrainians living in that square mile. I don't know why the military is making a last stand in Kyiv. It seems like it would be better for them to let Putin play a Napoleon, but he can conquer Kyiv instead of Moscow. With snipers picking troops off from the margins, Russia can't afford to launch tank shells and rockets at every lone troop hiding in a forest. Finland beat Russia with those tactics. The more Russian supply lines were stretched out, the easier it was to stage raids and then run away. A similar fate faced the US and Afghanistan, and also faced the Soviets in Afghanistan, a war that bankrupted their economy and led to the fall of communism. Yeah, but Afghanistan's much further away, my guy. So much further. And it's also called the graveyard of empires for a reason. Okay, Bayraktar. What the hell is that? All I saw was his alarming facial expressions as I walked in and out of the room. Yeah, he was Ukrainian, sort of like calling out to them, like, Russians, you about to get fucked. I watched a video of Ukrainian children learning how to throw Molotov cocktails, identifying artillery. Oh my god. Jesus. Bayraktar. Turkish medium altitude long endurance. Male. What? Okay. Unmanned combat aerial vehicle, a UCAV. Interesting. Capable of remotely controlled or autonomous flight operations. It's a war drone. Bayraktar means war drone. It means ensign or standard bearer in Turkish. So for some reason the Ukrainians have them because he was taunting him. What a creepy video, man. Oh my gosh. War never changes. Okay, moving on. Okay, so this is Vlad Zadorin. He's one of the 13 people who lost their lives on Snake Island. This video was posted 2 years ago on his Instagram. A video of him dancing and having fun. Oh, is it like a supercut? Not sure I can like have that music playing, but oh god, he's flossing. It's hard to hate a dancer, eh? Cool. So he was a human who lived and had feelings and danced and dreamed. I thought it was a Russian being wild and then saw the title and was like, oh, okay, I'm less weirded out. Yeah, it was a Ukrainian being like, yeah, come get some. Aw, cutie. Man, I don't think I could be a soldier, pacifist that I am. Russian warship, go fuck yourself is still such a power move. Yeah, I think it's like everyone's end sign. Well, instead of saying hello and goodbye, we'd be like, go fuck your Russian warship, go fuck yourself. Chicagoans come out in massive numbers in a show of solidarity. So yeah, I might go to a protest Sunday. Do an IRL stream. They tend to be hard to pull off. But it could be interesting. Chicago, everybody. Chirac, as it's also known. That's quite a few people, actually. Like 500, almost 1,000. Someone played the Ukrainian national anthem on their trumpet in Sumy during heavy clashes. Wow.
Слава Україні!
Yo. The battle for KIEV has begun in earnest tonight. True. Oh my God. Play that again. That is steady fire. Can we identify any of them? I'm hearing like AK-47 probably. That's... Is that a single fire? Woo! There's semi-auto going on. Holy shit. Fucking sounds like an AR. Jeez. So there's this book by the name of After the Revolution by Robert Evans. It's a free book. You can just like download it and listen to it. It's really good. Robert Evans does Behind the Bastards, or a podcast about the worst people. But he wrote this book called After the Revolution, and it sort of imagines America after a civil war and sort of the nation has collapsed. And in that book, there is like this society of mutants, essentially, people who have like upgraded themselves with like incredible technology, and they're sort of living off in their own like odd community. And they are like the best warriors. Nobody fucks with them. Everybody's afraid of them because they're ruthless. And what they do before they go into battle is send out all these drones to go take pictures of all the people that they're about to go kill, they're about to go do battle with, so that those who are staying behind, who are not going out to battle, are like doing the empathy, doing the labor of like sympathizing with the people they're forced into conflict with. So yeah, really good book, really ahead of its time. Fantastic, great read. Putin must know that this could have a very bad outcome, and I am afraid he is prepared to take other actions that will have serious worldwide effects. Yeah, Trevor, that's kind of the underlying anxiety, I think, for everyone. I think it was put best by Robert Evans, now that I think about it, where he pointed out that NATO's playing this odd game where they're saying no one in NATO is not defending Ukraine, okay? We are shoring up defense in NATO countries that neighbor Ukraine, okay? But then the countries that are members of UN are feeding Ukraine weapons and military gear, supply lines, like providing the stuff that Ukraine needs to fight. So it's a bit of I don't know, fig leaf, and Russia will probably call that bluff at some point and say, you know what, you can't pretend like you're not part of this war, NATO. Let's go, and then shit really pops off. That's kind of like the growing fear. So a couple crazy stories broke. The Ministry of Russian Defense was hacked. Database leaked. From Pravda. Pravda is one of the leading Russian investigative journalists. One of the few left. Hackers hacked the Russian Defense Ministry and leaked the data of employees. Kremlin's website is down as well. Ad verbatim. Anonymous, a group of hacktivists, successfully hacked and leaked the database of the website of the Ministry of Defense of Russia. Website is down. What happened before the group announced that it was waging a cyber war against the Russian authorities, which is insane. Russia, one of the best in cyber warfare. The website of the Russian channel Russia Today stopped working? Really? No, it didn't. No, it didn't. Maybe just for a little bit. Australia suspends RT broadcast. Ooh, sheesh. Shahish. Okay, so that's the context, because someone in Ukraine got the number for the Russian Ministry of Defense, like some representative, I guess, and now they're calling her saying, we don't sleep, you don't sleep.
Алло, Ирина? Алло?
Да.
Ирина, добрый вечер. Это Украина вас беспокоит ночью? Вы работаете в Министерстве обороны Российской Федерации?
Нет.
Как это нет? Ириночка, вам большой привет из Киева. Большой привет из Тернополя и из Львова. И из Харькова. А вы собираетесь ваших пленных забирать и трупы? Более 2000 трупов валяются по нашей украинской земле. Засоряют их. Будете трупы забирать?
Что же с вами творится, товарищи украинцы?
Что здесь делают ваши солдаты на моей земле? Ага, вот сучка.
Uh-huh. I think there's a transcript. Yeah, here we go. He probably obtained her number from the massive cyber attack. I think I've got it. Okay. Man, hello, Irina? Beat. Hello? Irina. Yes? Listening in? Yes? Good evening. This is Ukraine bothering you at this time of night. You work in the Ministry of Defense of the Russian Federation? No? How is it no? Irinoshka, which is a cute version of Irina, was said with a demeaning tone. Irinoshka, you have a very big hello from KIEV. A very big hello from Chernobyl, Ternopil? Question mark. And from Lviv and Kharkiv. Are you planning on taking your prisoners and corpses back? There's over 2,000 corpses spread out over our Ukrainian land, sullying them. Are you going to take the corpses back? What's going on with you, my Ukrainian comrades? What are these soldiers doing on my soil? She hangs up. Ah, what a little bitch. Yeah. Pretty intense. A young boy plays piano in the lobby of the Kharkiv hotel as unconfirmed reports come in that Russian troops are advancing. Playing the Moonlight Sonata. I think it's the Moonlight Sonata. sounds like it. Okay, car in Kharkiv today narrowly avoiding a Grad MLRS barrage. Gird your loins. Whoa! Oh, evasive action. Oh my god. Holy fucking shit. Bro, oh my god, just keep moving. Holy fucking shitballs. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, he sees them that way. Oh my god, it's so close. Oh, sheesh. That breathing at the end, yo, scary. Oh my god, war is stupid. What are they doing? Original content: NATO troops, artillery, and tanks getting ready in Poland and building up troops at the Ukrainian-Polish borders. Oh yeah, there we go. That's a tank. You need like these massive trucks to transport the tanks. You see the British flag?
Как они везут к границе, так все молчат, да? Как русские подвозят, так все сразу.
Dang, look at all these tanks. No tank for you. Yo, British tanks in Poland. Anonymous, everybody. Remember Anonymous? Remember Anonymous, everybody? Turkey bans Russian warships. Whoa! A lot of the reason people got into or assumed that Russia took Crimea. Oh, that's interesting. Is because of access to the Black Sea. Crimea gives you access to the Black Sea. Ukraine has appealed to Turkey to block Russian warships from passing through the Dardanelles and Bosphorus Strait. So this might be old news. Turkey says they cannot stop. Anything more recent? 2 days, 1 day, 15 hours. Oh, 28 minutes ago. No. Okay. I'll keep digging on that. I guess it just happened 11 minutes ago. Yeah. So we'll watch this. I'm just gonna go pee, get some water, hydration check. Anonymous.
Greetings, citizens of the world. This is a message to Vladimir Putin, from Anonymous. Mr. Putin, the ongoing invasion of Ukraine has shown that your regime has no respect for human rights, or the self-determination of your neighbors. In the past several days, a full-scale invasion has commenced, civilian neighborhoods have been bombed, and innocent people have been killed. Refugees are fleeing the violence and the population is being forced into conscription by Ukrainian officials. This is an ugly situation all around, but you are the instigator. You have criticized the US military and NATO for their occupation and bombardment of the Middle East, which is certainly a fair criticism, but you have shown that you are no better than the imperialist governments that you criticize, and the whole world can see through your propaganda. Even the citizens that you are claiming to protect are entirely against the war and protesting across dozens of major cities in Russia. Your tyrannical response to the Russian anti-war protesters will only spark further unrest among the Russian people, who are suffering the consequences of your foolish actions. The sanctions will hurt your citizens far more than they will hurt you, which is why the sanctions are not a proper deterrent. Now, the most popular resistance will come from within. The police brutality seen in the streets during these demonstrations will only provoke further protests and destroy your credibility even more. This invasion will also begin to create more problems for you on the geopolitical front, as more countries around the world begin to see you as a threat and an enemy. This is especially true of your neighbors who have maintained a level of neutrality up until now. Finland and Sweden are now expected to join NATO, due to concerns that your ambitions for conquest are much greater than you are willing to admit. If you continue on this path, you will continue to lose support among Russian citizens, other countries around the world will refuse to cooperate with you, and you will face unprecedented cyber attacks from all corners of the world. Members of Anonymous have declared cyber war against your aggressive regime, with numerous government websites being taken offline in the past several days. A few downed websites is only the beginning though. Soon you will feel the full wrath of the world's hackers, many of whom will likely reside from your home country. Your secrets may no longer be safe, and there is a chance that key components of your government's infrastructure could be hijacked. Now with the invasion of Ukraine, the previous invasions of Georgia and Crimea are starting to come into focus and show a clear strategy for Russia to recapture key areas that were once held by the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union failed many years ago and the world has not forgotten the brutality of that regime. The people of the world will resist you every step of the way. This is not a war that you can win regardless of how powerful you think you are. We are Anonymous. We are Legion. Expect us.
Lol. La 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 la. Top kek. Yeah, the Swift thing was such a strange thing that they were saying. They're like, well, it's clear Russia's bent on this war, so if we ban them from Swift, it wouldn't stop them, and we really need that gas right now. So, you know, what are we supposed to do, you guys? What are we supposed to do? Okay, an American journalist, American journalist shouts Alec Loon of Vice News as he is arrested in Moscow while covering protests against the war in Ukraine. Now this is freedom.
American journalist. У меня аккредитация МИДа есть. Я журналист.
I have accreditation. Journalist.
Пресса. Журналист. Аккредитация.
Holy shit.
Аккредитация у меня есть. Police just grabbed me, threw me against a police van, frisked me, took me into the police van, said they were arresting me. I kept saying I was a journalist. They put me into the van. Finally, their commanding officer came, checked my press card, and let me out. You can see that they're arresting pretty much people at random here, not for even chanting slogans or holding a sign, but just grabbing people.
You need the vote from Germany and Hungary for the ban? Yeah, Germany is not gonna. I don't know, man. I don't feel like Germany's gonna bring it. Invading Kyiv is going to be a nightmare for Russian infantry. Video from 2014 Euromaidan of Ukrainians setting an infantry fighting vehicle of the pro-Putin Berkut special police on fire with Molotov cocktails. The Berkuts killed over 100 protesters. As the old regime fell, the cowards fled to Russia. Actually, you know what? I might not be able to. I'll just have to scrub through that. Just to make sure I'm not showing TOS.
We have Ukraine President Zelenskyy addressing the nation earlier in the day where, as I said in a press conference, he assured his citizens that the government was in control and that the Russian forces' claims about having captured some towns were false. Take a listen.
We might have already watched this. We'll see.
In an effort to boost the sagging morale of citizens, Ukraine...
Yeah, we watched that. Okay. We should be... Holy fuck, what a scene. I think I can show this. I really gotta check. I actually cannot show that. I don't think I can show that at all. Never mind. Never mind, everybody. There's only so much war coverage you could do on the media without it getting clapped. Captured Russian soldiers do not know why they were sent here. Yeah, we've seen that in some other spots. Come fight, we offer you weapons. Yeah, we saw that as well. I think one thing I really wanted to see was the Ukrainian ambassador's comments in NATO.
Last night was the most horrific for Kiev since, just imagine, 1941, when it was attacked by Nazis.
Smoke them if you got them.
Last night was attacked by someone who pretends they are fighting with neo-Nazism. Therefore, I'm not surprised that Russia voted against. Russia is keen on...
Voted against, he means the Security Council resolution, which is like, there's only like 5 or 6 member states that are allowed on it, and they all have veto power. And the resolution was to end the war, and Russia vetoed that resolution. Big surprise.
Continuing its Nazi-style course of action. The Kremlin regime should not be called Russian regime. The Kremlin regime should be called Russist regime. A couple of hours ago, my president said, and I quote, "Tonight, the enemy will use all the forces at their disposal to break our resistance, vile, cruel, and inhuman. Tonight, they will storm. We must all understand what awaits us. We have to persevere tonight. The fate of Ukraine is being decided right now," end of quote. We just heard something that the Russian ambassador wanted to present as assurances from himself and from his leadership, that it's all provocation. And that he urged us not to yield to provocations. Do you remember how many times he said that, and his deputies said in this very room that there will be no invasion, no attacks? Do you remember how, during the previous session, he was walking out of the chamber, trying to call someone, not knowing what was going on? How we can trust you? How we can trust your assurance? You have no idea what is on the mind of your president. Your words have less value than a hole in the New York pretzel. The Russian Federation that occupied by treachery the seat of the Security Council member in 1991 violates daily not only the Charter, but also the provisional rules of procedure of this Council. Because if Russia did not violate the provisional rules, then Mr. Nebenzia had to follow Rule 20. Let me quote. I begin the quote. "For the proper fulfillment of the responsibilities of the presidency, he should not preside over the Council during the consideration of a particular question with which the member he represents," that's the Russian Federation, "is directly connected. He," the rule reads, "shall indicate his decision to the Council not to preside." So since the Council is not ruled by the current presidency by rules, I will be probably also unruly.
Unruly.
And I will ask all of you to dedicate a moment of complete silence to pray or to meditate if you do not believe in God, for peace, to pray for souls of those who has been already killed, for souls of those who may be killed. And I invite the Russian ambassador to pray for salvation.
Shame.
Please, ladies and gentlemen, let us
meditate.
Spend a moment in a complete silence.
Прошу прощения, прежде чем мы перейдем к минуте
Apologize, but before moving to a moment of silence, I want to include in the list those people who perished over all of these years in Donbass. They also are worthy of being mentioned. All human lives are valuable. Let's not forget them either.
But let's, ladies and gentlemen, spend a moment in complete silence. Thank you.
Lol.
I thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
SMH my head. Remember, Syrians, refugees, Poland is enemy of Syrians now. Ukraine is enemy. They did allow access to them, so let Ukraine fall and let them suffer. Sorry, you're going to have to try again, Crime TV. I don't understand what you're trying to say. Poland is enemy of Syria? Wait, what? Now Ukraine is the enemy? Isn't Poland opening their doors to Ukraine? Well, you're going to have to come with a bit more in this chat than just fuck Ukraine. You're going to have to, you know, say something meaningful. Okay. This is the morning after we watched Zelenskyy and his team. Oh, it's been removed? Can we even watch it? Oh, yes.
Українці, зараз в мережі дуже багато з'явилось фейкової інформації, що немов я закликаю складати зброю, нашу армію і йде евакуація. Значить так, я тут, ніяку зброю ми не складемо, будемо захищати нашу державу, тому що наша зброя – це наша правда. Наша правда в тому, що це наша земля, наша країна, наші діти, і ми все це будемо захищати. Ось і все. Ось це і є те, що я хотів вам сказати. Слава Україні!
Keeping communities safe, civil, and true to their purpose? Weird. Rough translation. It's from the president's Twitter. There's a lot of fake information online that I call on our army to lay down arms and that there's evacuation, he said. I'm here. We won't lay down our arms. We will defend our state. Glory to Ukraine. Yeah, I think this is the reason why it's so important to be like, if you're a wartime president, you're coming out hard. And so that if there is disinformation, people like remember like, oh yeah, he was always for this war. He's not going to lay down arms. I support Russia because Poland blocked Syrians from refugee status, so let the Ukrainians suffer. I hope Putin takes their land. Well, you're in a minority opinion and you're currently defending literal war crimes. So, I mean, we've watched several war crimes already where Russian tanks are attacking hospitals. Russian tanks are driving over civilians and there's firefights happening in hospitals like the oncology department. Yeah, and it looks like Russia's getting clapped up as well, which is honestly a bit of a surprise because that Russia might actually lose. That's almost hard to imagine. But here we are, you know, if the sanctions take root, if they actually get banned from SWIFT, which might be likely. And we do have confirmation from The Guardian. Or no, sorry. No, we do not have confirmation. Zelenskyy claims Turkey will ban Russian warships.
Всі, хто може повернутися в Україну, повертайтеся. Всі, хто може повернутися в Україну, повертайтеся. Щоб захистити Україну. А потім у нас буде з вами дуже багато роботи, щоб
Everyone who can defend Ukraine abroad,
всі, хто може захищати Україну за кордоном, робіть це.
To all the friends of Ukraine who want to join the defense.
Безперервно. Всі друзі України, хто хоче приєднатися до захисту.
Hey, whoa. Okay, Crime TV, you're gonna get a timeout. If you talk about people as if they're filth, then you're not contributing to the conversation. If I see that one more time, you're banned forever. This is really fucked up. You're saying dumb shit. Dumb shit in the chat, everybody. Everyone dunk on Crime TV for being useless and not adding anything to the conversation.
Вам зброю.
We'll give you weapons. All the details of how to implement the weapons will be announced in the near future. And this is that video. Good morning, Ukrainians. Oh, they translated it. There's a lot of fake information online. Yeah, we just watched this. Above was the nicest I could dunk. Big vibes. Catfish. Also, welcome to the stream, Catfish. Why should Ukraine be punished for Poland's decisions? Because screaming noises, that's why. Turkey will stop Russian warships from passing through the Black Sea, according to Zelenskyy. In a tweet, I thank my friend, Mr. President of Erdogan, my President of Turkey, Erdogan, and the people of Turkey for their strong support. The ban on the passage of Russian warships to the Black Sea and significant military and humanitarian support for Ukraine are extremely important today. The people of Ukraine will never forget that. Ukraine has denied that it refused negotiations with Russia, as claimed by the Kremlin. Head of Ukrainian President Zelenskyy's office, Mikhail Podolyak, said it was untrue and that Russia had set out unacceptable conditions and ultimatum demands. On Saturday, Putin's press secretary, Dmitry Peskov, said that Putin ordered a halt to the Russian advance for negotiations, but Ukraine refused them. Quote, Ukraine, of course, did not refuse negotiations, but precisely from negotiations, which, by the way, have not happened yet. Ukraine and Zelenskyy categorically renounces any unacceptable conditions or ultimatum demands from the Russian side. I think, like, in order for them to negotiate, the terms are like, your whole government has to step down. Loud noises. Loud noises. Russian troops are almost 100% conscripts with little combat training. How do you know that? I would love more information on that. It's one of the more, like, that's something I'm really curious. What is the composition of the Russian military force? This also exposes China's weakness. Patriots will almost always win against a conscript force. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking as well, right? Like, when you are defending your home country, everyone's going to get in on that. Someone dies, everyone feels it. And it's a massive, like, morale boost because, like, that person's life needs to be sort of remembered. Appreciate the welcome. I'm usually just a lurker. Aw. Well, you're welcome to post as much as you like, but we love ourselves, the lurkers, too. Yeah, it's the problem. It's almost... Like, you never know what you're going to find on YouTube. Twitch, it's a bit more consistent. Like, oh, why is that playing? Weird. Yeah, but YouTube, oh my God, sometimes you get some strange people. UK Home Secretary Priti Patel has canceled the visas of a Belarus basketball team that was due to play in Newcastle. Okay. Protests have been taking place across Europe, including outside Downing Street in London. Let's blow this up. Double check on that. Okay, cool. Yulia Tereshchenko, holding her daughter Mia, cries as she tells the world's press of her mother, who is trapped in Kyiv. Oh my God. Oh my God. If you don't help Ukraine immediately, then something, me too. I can't read that. Close the sky, help Ukraine. Frieden für die Ukraine. Freedom. 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 Oh my God. Unironic. Unironic calls for freedom. That actually makes sense. I hate it. He also called it the Ukraine, which is maybe just a German thing, but that's wrong. Stop Russian aggression. The International Committee of Red Cross has called for an end to hostilities. Viktor Orban said Hungary will support all EU sanctions on Russia. Really? Hungary's prime minister has said it will support all EU sanctions and will not block any? That's a surprise. Wait, what? Speaking on the Ukraine-Hungary border, he said he supported peace efforts. Is Hungary part of NATO? Quick, where's the convoy? Let's snap them into reality. Not on bail. They're in jail. Pat King, last I checked, is still in prison. Or I guess jail. Hungary made clear that we support all the sanctions, so we will block nothing. So what the prime ministers of the European Union are able to agree, we accept it and we support it. Quote, he told reporters in English, according to Reuters. Earlier on Saturday, he said he agreed with Russia being blocked from the cross-border SWIFT payment system. Orbán has previously been considered Vladimir's closest ally inside European Union member states' leaders. Okay, so my surprise is correct. I can't support Ukraine when Poland and Ukraine blocked Syrian refugees and made their lives hard. I won't donate aid to them. Is anyone else is anyone else really interested now in these bots? Almost, this has got to be a bot thing. Like, it's almost word for word the same thing. Like, is this a thing that happened that everyone's super pissed about? Or is this like, am I being... Are the bots out? Like, I can't tell what's what. Anyone actually understand what they're mentioning? Poland and Ukraine blocked Syrian refugees. I know Germany brought in a lot of refugees. But I mean, Central Europe braces, this is news now. We need news from a while ago. And that was happening during the Syrian war, which is still happening. I'll have to put a pin on that one. Okay, that's a Ben. Bye. You can't hope that children suffer. You psycho. You absolute psycho. But do not need that in my life. I don't know what possible good opinion can follow such a bad opinion. Take the L. Go somewhere else. Learn how to have sympathy and empathy in your heart for people who have done no wrong. You absolute psycho. Yeah, some people are like deeply wrong in the head. They spent too long online or something. Prince William and Kate have said they stand with Ukrainian Zelenskyy. It's a rare public comment on politics for the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge after they met Zelenskyy and his wife in Olena in 2020. In October 2020, we had the privilege to meet Zelenskyy and the First Lady to learn of their hope and optimism for Ukraine's future. Today, we stand with the President and all of Ukraine's people as they bravely fight for that future. Ukraine, WNC. And Turkey is calling on Russia to stop the military operation. Holy shit, this is all pretty big news. The Turkish Foreign Ministry said on Saturday he had repeated his offer for Ankara to be a location for peace talks to take place between Russia and Ukraine. Relations have been warm between Turkey's President Recep Tayyip Erdogan and Vladimir Putin, but the country occupies an awkward position. They're the gateway between Europe and Asia. In recent years, Turkey signed a deal with Russia for an air defense system, but has sold military drones to Ukraine. Yo, those military drones, remember we were talking about them? The Bakravas or something? Our world needs more humanism? Yeah. Do we think the Queen is getting replaced soon too? Heard she has COVID? No, the Queen died years ago. This is just an apparition. It's a hologram. It's like some of the most advanced holographic technology on the planet right now. I would have been a big supporter of Ukraine. Blame is on Poland and Ukraine. I mean, no one who is sane believes children are responsible for the decisions of politicians. No sane person believes that. No one thinks that children ought to bear the consequences of war and politics. That's madness. That is when you have lost all humanity. When you only think about issues and you no longer think about like people. Pull back from the cliff, Killy. You could do it. You can pull back from the ledge. Also, why is the suffering of one group of children greater than another? I don't know, just dumb reasons. Just people who have spent too long on the sauce, I think like if you just like spend a long time getting yourself angry about international politics like for years on end, you got no way to like communicate it to people, you can get really screwy in the head. I think like your brain chemistry gets messed up or something. I don't know. The West say it about Syria. I mean, I think the West is trying. I don't know. The West is deeply implicated in Syria, but it's a complex issue. Anytime I've tried to like learn about Syria, I mean, like, wow, this is like learning about immune systems. It's so bloody complicated. There's so many like rebel groups and different vying forces that some are good and some are bad and some are good because they're bad against the bad. And it's like, sheesh. The Kremlin has claimed that Putin ordered a halt to Russia's offensive, expecting negotiations, but told them to continue. British forces have arrived in Eastern Europe. Yeah, we saw that with the tanks. Lithuania has joined its Baltic neighbors Estonia and Latvia in closing its airspace. So now the gridlock is starting to come in. Hungary's blocking SWIFT. Okay, so I think that's a good catch up. The West people, every single person in the West are the same. Yeah, that's true. Every person in the West, from Germany to Britain to France, countries that have centuries of war and bloodshed between each other, are exactly the same. I think you can get away with that with like maybe like Canada and America. I mean, like we're pretty similar, I guess. Central Europe braces for an influx of Ukrainian refugees. I mean, like the take that I've heard is that like the whole world's responding to the Ukraine crisis, but like no one really heard or is discussing Yemen right now. But that I think has more to do with like how brains latch onto novelty and they latch onto new developments rather than like ongoing humanitarian crises. The war in Yemen has been going on for like almost a decade now. Like I mean, clearly we hate people be weird. That's why we're here. Yeah. Yeah. We're here to learn about the world so that we can hate it more. There is not enough hate going on. So we got to learn about the things we want to hate so we can hate them better. Everybody. Okay, this is an older one. Ukrainian. Oh, I should not show that without watching it first. Sorry. It's just like, let's not get clapped. Ukraine breaking. Moments when a Russian living in Ukraine gets angry with Russian soldiers. Quote, I'm Russian too, and I live here, fighting your own brothers. I live in one of the most multicultural cities in Canada, and my life has been significantly improved. I am constantly surrounded by brilliant, intelligent people that I don't share deep cultural roots with, and so there's like so much stuff to mine. There's so much stuff to learn. It's crazy how little I know about this world, and the more exposure I get to like people from other cultures and like ethnic identities in like places around the world, just like the more beautiful my life is. As someone who has learned a lot just from like people reading poems, yeah, you can absolutely. I think this idea is pretty weird. I don't know, Killy. You're coming in with a lot of negative energy. Come on, it's Saturday. Are you like at work or something? What's with all the non-chill vibes? Just because we're covering a war. Oh, this guy's definitely talking down to them. What's that say? What's in his hand? What's in his hand? Is that a book? Okay. That's not the only like sort of like browbeating we've seen of like some citizen coming. Here's another one. Ukrainian woman confronts Russian soldier. Who are you? We're doing some exercises here. Please leave. What kind of exercises? What kind of exercises? Are you Russian? Yes. So what the fuck are you doing here? This conversation will just lead nowhere. You're occupiers. Fascists. What the fuck are you doing in our land with all these guns? Take these seeds and put them in your pockets, so at least sunflowers will grow here when you all end up in the ground. Right now, this conversation will lead nowhere. There's that white insignia we saw. So let's not escalate this situation, please. What situation? Guys, you should put sunflower seeds in your pockets so they'll grow on Ukrainian soil after you all die down here. You came to my land. Do you understand? You are occupiers. You are our enemy. And from this moment on, you are cursed. I'm telling you. Listen to me. I've heard you. Let's not escalate the situation. How can it be further escalated? You fucking came here uninvited. Pieces of shit. Wow. Holy shit. I know, right? Like, oh my gosh. They coming in hot. It's because they're outraged, and reasonably so. And all the Russian we've seen are just like, we don't even know why we're here. Sunflowers for when they die. What a fucking thing to say. Refugees at the Polish-Ukrainian border. Whoa! Shit, people just shuffling through. Okay. And that's how it ends. Polish Prime Minister in Berlin. 5,000 helmets? It must be a joke. Europeans know this meme. We in Poland know this proverb. Real friends are made in poverty. Wow. In Germany, they should think carefully what this proverb means. 5,000 helmets? It must be a joke. So he's referring to how the NATO countries are all giving military aid to Ukraine right now. And it's simple karma. You don't understand what karma is, Killy Farm. Ukraine people were like, no Syrian refugees in our countries, and they kicked the boats. Now karma hit them. Now they want refugee status. Yeah, Killy Farm, you clearly do not understand what karma means. I don't think you've ever in your life, just simply looked it up. Just simply Googled the bloody word, which is like a deep, complex, highly nuanced concept that has been hilariously simplified by the West. The very people you were saying are like full of dumb and bad ideas. Why are you using an Eastern idea so poorly and so incorrectly? How are you getting this so wrong? By God? Which God? Certainly not no gods in Buddhism you'd be referring to. My goodness. You hate to see it, everybody. You hate to see it.
Що завгодно під колеса техніки російської. Її нескінченна кількість, просто нескінченна. Вони вже...
These are tanks coming in. Local residents in Chernihiv trying to stop a Russian tank. Did that guy just jump on it?
Її нескінченна кількість, просто нескінченна. Вони вже... Ой-ой-ой, мужчина, що?
Bro. Yeah, he jumped on it. This is like Tiananmen Square vibes. Oh, it's not going. Yeah, that's that morale thing kicking in again. Okay. Page not found. Okay, I guess it got deleted. A Ukrainian intruded into the plot of an Israeli TV channel and declared in Russian that he was going to fuck the Russians. Okay. Don't argue, guys. We need to help Ukraine. You just fucking talk, you know? Stop talking.
Can you stand with us?
Can you? Can you? See? See? I signed up for the Homeland Defense Forces. I'm going to fuck Russians up. And y'all just talking here. Who are you anyways? Israeli news. Oh, Israeli. Israel, support us. I don't know if that's going to work, my guy. They're all like, we're going to go fuck them up. Ukraine actually accepted Syrian refugees. I know that for a fact. I guess the rejection of more than they accepted is their issue. I can't stand overly simple generalizations. Yeah, that's just kind of why we just like dunk on them and move on. Like, if someone keeps commenting and they're making less and less and less sense, then I just like stop reading their stuff, stop like signal boosting what they're saying. And eventually, hopefully they come back with better content and recognize that there is a relationship between the quality of their contents and how often I'm going to read their shit. And the really dumb ones I just ban. Because woo-wee, there will always be another. Huh.
Батя, куда он садится нахуй?
Yo.
Это что за хуйня?
This was a helicopter in KIEV.
Батя, куда он садится нахуй? Это что за хуйня?
Ukrainian soldier shows off captured Russian badges.
His pockets would look like. This is a soldier. He's got in his pockets what look like.
You can see the smile.
These are the patches of These are the patches he says he's taken from
Russian Federation.
From the Russian Federation.
3.
Can we see that one? That appears to have a Russian flag on it. There you go.
Wow.
These are from the Russian soldiers?
Yes.
Yo, my guy. My guy. Yo, that smile on his face right here.
This is a soldier.
Look at this little smile.
He's got in his pockets what look
right
like.
There. Right there.
These are the patches of These are the patches he says he's taken from
Russian Federation.
From the Russian Federation.
Is that 2? 3, 4? Did this guy capture 4 people?
Can we see that one? That appears to have a Russian flag on it. There you go. These are from the Russian soldiers?
Yes.
Captured or killed. Holy shit, man. Fucking. Yo. Ukrainian air defense in work in Khmelnytsky region. Khmelnytsky. Sheesh. Whoa. Oh. Oh my god. There's no way I can keep doing this. Eventually I'm going to get clapped. There's no way. There's no way. That was a drone, of course, though, right? Like that, they were just shooting down unmanned drones in the sky. Just to be super clear. This looks like the result of a battle.
Це якраз йому і потрібно.
Ага. Прямо вже зараз хвалю зятя.
Прямо зараз. Ну про мене не згадуйте. Ви мене не бачили. Мене фоткати не треба. Заборонено.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, things popped off hard last night. There's just like I think I only spent like 5 minutes searching, and that's how much like stuff I came up with. This looked interesting too. Russian ambassador stopped by angry protesters as he attempts to enter the embassy in Ireland. Of course he's in a Benz.
Сломались, пацаны. Сломались. Можно оттащить на Россию обратно. А вы хоть знаете, куда вы едете? Куда? На Киев, бля.
Long live Russia. They have a right to defend against terrorist Ukraine. Russian people should not live in fear of Ukraine terror Nazis. Killy, where do you get your news? Are you just mainlining Russia Today? How do you come to this position? The Russian people are clearly in Ukraine. That's an act of aggression. You can't defend while invading. Sorry. When this business began, I was sympathetic to the Russian point of view, but I've changed my mind. They've taken things way too far. Yeah, this really makes me think, welcome to the stream, Cloud Demotrat. This makes me think of like the start of the Freedom Convoy in Canada. I was like initially sympathetic, and then like as evidence came out, I'm like, oh no. In this case, there's no point. I was sympathetic to the Russian point of view. I'm deeply skeptical of Putin and the Russian regime. You don't get to stay president for that long without like killing people like in Britain. That one absorbs propaganda. Putin speaks the truth. We got a live one, folks. We got a live one. Oh my God. We got a real Putin apologist in the chat. Oh my God. I should be so blessed. Pet the chud. Everyone pet the chud.
Пока все на нашей стороне. Ваши и плен сдаются хорошо. Потому что тоже пацаны не знают, куда еду и ехать. Я вот всю колонну пообспрашивал таких, как вы. Никто не в курсе вообще, кто куда едет.
Do you like it when he rides a horse bare-chested? Huh? Or when he judo throws people? Does that like get your mojo going, Killy? I'm particularly disgusted by what appears to be unrestricted naval warship attacking ships from Japan, Turkey, and others. I've only heard one piece of information that apparently a Japanese ship got attacked. I haven't heard anything else. So if you have a source on that, Cloud, I'd love to know. Oh yeah. The country led by the Jew is secretly Nazis. I think there's like one division in the Ukrainian army. It's like 800 troops or something, and they are like straight up neo-Nazis or something, but like the military is like quite large. His military is trying to kidnap Russian. Yeah, it's a war. Capture or kill. What are you talking about? Why do you think that guy was showing all those badges? Those are all the people he killed or he captured. It's the only way to get those badges. Turkish ship with a Marshall Island flags got attacked and put them into camps. Yes, I think when I defend my country, I make sure to set up prisoner of war camps. These are common. These are like a super common thing. IMO 984. I don't know what that means. Yasa Jupiter. It's the name of the vessel. It's the signifier. But I don't know how I use that information to learn things. I get like stats on that ship.
Taking you live now.
Yo, February 25th. I think we watched that already. Ukrainian people took up arms against the Russian occupation. Oh, fuck. Yo, those are everyday people.
We are in a
Yeah, that's the ship registration. I did, but it just like pulls up information about that ship. man, how is this war confusing to people? Man, yeah, war never changes. Russia is well known for, like, one of the things that did not get mentioned or really like clarified. I think Zelenskyy talked about how, or it might have been the ambassador was talking about the hybrid warfare that Russia tends to engage in, which is a multi-pronged war. You're fighting an information war as much as you're fighting a military war. And that's why, like, Russian soldiers have like a special coded bandana, or that there's like people who unironically believe they are doing the right thing. It's because they know that public opinion is just as important a part of, or perception and optics is just as an important point of power as actual physical violence. War has a respawn feature? No. They did incorporate a neo-Nazi in the National Guard, but I think with broad strokes painting all, yeah, it's disingenuous. Yeah, thanks, Freya. That's what I thought. But yeah, Nazis infiltrating government organization is worrying for sure. I think I saw a chart that was like how much of the population is like A-okay with Jews, and in the region, Ukraine was like the most A-okay. It was like, or it was the opposite. Or do you think like Jews should not be allowed in this country? And it was like 5% in Ukraine are cool with that. And then like in the surrounding territories, it's all around like 12 to 15%, including Russia. Imagine if we could respawn. Ready Player One? Always be reactionaries? Yeah. People get scared and then they lash out. We are in a
where
queue.
People are waiting to get their weapons to fight the Russian invaders. There is no reason to believe that they're going to stop anytime soon. And their objective clearly, at least to me, seems to be the occupation of my entire country and the destruction of everything that I love. I'm just a regular civilian. I have basically nothing to do with war or any other thing like it. And I wouldn't really want to participate in anything like this, but I don't really have any choice because this is my home.
Мотивація проста. Це краще, ніж сидіти вдома і чекати, поки до тебе щось прилетить. І хто як не ми.
When I heard the explosions, I decided that I'm ready.
Wow.
I'm an adult woman, I'm healthy, and it's my responsibility.
Wow.
Так, наразі, виходячи з того, що ми прив'язані до конкретного району Києва, ми готуємося саме для вуличних боїв.
They're telling us how to act in a team alone. Wow.
Нам розповідають, як правильно себе поводити в команді, поодинці.
What to react to and how.
Люди тільки йдуть і підтримують, тільки хвалять. І щоб
I haven't seen anyone who's nervous that we have weapons.
Хтось переживав за це, що ми зброю. Я за сутки останні.
On the contrary, the more Ukrainians are armed right now.
Наоборот, чим більше людей зараз, українців всі зброють, тим спокійніше буде спати.
Wow.
Так, ліву руч. Командир, крок вліву, кроком руш. Все, за мною кроком руш.
Holy fucking training day. Oh my god. Must be New York Times. Crazy. Holy shit. Street battles? Yeah, I noticed that too. Oh, behind my face. Oh, my bad. Sorry, guys. Sorry, everyone. Can maybe make it a bit smaller for the next vid. That chart is kind of misrepresenting. Slavic neo-Nazis are a different breed. They would themselves be seen as Untermensch by Hitler Nazis? Really? So them accepting Jews wouldn't be that weird. Slavic neo-Nazis... Interesting. Okay. You need to question the methodology behind that chart in more detail. Yeah, it was just one thing I came across, Freya, so I just want to be super clear of just like how little I know about this situation. I know that there was like some deep cut video that someone went into about like neo-Nazis and the Ukrainian army, and I didn't pay it much mind, and the fallout was that video was full of shit. So that's kind of where I'm coming at it, like just like very much on the periphery. We did find a source for, neutral European ships. They're trying to draw NATO in? What the fuck? No sound? Okay. I have a feeling this isn't about the ship. The Moldovan commercial ship had nothing to do with the ongoing war and was fired on by a Russian vessel only 12 miles off the coast of Ukraine. Moldovan flagged ship, only 12 miles, left 2 crew members seriously injured. Wow. The Millennium Spirit was fired on. Okay, same content. There is another worrying development as Russia continues its invasion, now firing on commercial vessels in the area. The commander-in-chief of the Ukrainian Armed Forces posted about the attack on Facebook. It links to fucking Facebook. Oh my god, an article about Facebook. What the fuck? He wrote, a boat under the flag of Moldova, the Millennium Spirit boat under the flag of Moldova, 12 miles from the port. Okay, so this is allegedly from Ukrainian sources. So, but I mean, there's an image of a damaged Moldova. Ministry of Defense of Ukraine. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Ukrainian MiG launching an air-to-air missile? Russia just convinced they can strong arm everyone? Yeah. I'm not trying to justify anything about the Ukraine in general. It's just Ukraine. But yeah, this needs to be viewed with a lot more nuance, and a lot of people are willing to give it. Yeah, I mean, the reason people aren't giving it nuance is because it's probably a lot of the information's in a different language. So there's a big language barrier going on there. It's in a corner of the world that isn't familiar to a lot of Western nations. Deep in Europe, you have to know quite a bit of like geopolitical history between the two, like knowing that KIEV is the center of like Russia, like the cultural, like, let's say, origins of Russia, or that Ukraine has Russian sympathizers in it, does like make the story more complicated. Good morning, Old Raven. How are you doing? But I believe in Zelenskyy. I think he's a good guy. I don't know. He's a comedian.
Олег, дивись. Боже мой, що це?
Whoa! Oh my god.
Олег, дивись. Боже мой, що це?
Bro. Oh, her voice. Yes, exactly, Freya. Kiev Nudos from like 930s or something, like 10th century. Again, Canadian here, don't know shit. Big action of support in the center of Estonia.
Боротьбі проти страшенної навали і стати на захист.
Oh, sorry, I'm just watching. First use of Molotovs by citizens against the Russians. This is in the area near Sumy. You don't see any violence. It's ironic that Putin is attacking Mariupol on the basis that ethnic Russians were there first, when ethnic Greeks had already been living there for 1,000 years when Russians first arrived, lol. Yeah, everything, what is it, time is a flat circle and everything old is new again? Yeah, I mean, people, I think, what is it, that was Leden's, God, I can't remember the fucking word, but living room, that was like, or didn't the Nazis use that argument too? Like, let's give us reason. We're protecting our ethnic culture. Your people are my people. Boom. You see that? Hit the military truck right in the front. Whoa. The history is so interesting. It was founded by Norse Vikings who integrated it in the local culture. Hey, I'm 1% Viking. Or at least that seems to be the consensus. Yeah, I remember going down this route, but I just found it just like there's so much to catch up on. Stalin moved a lot of Russians into eastern Ukraine after he starved out the local population. Wow. Is that true? Is that true? Is that fake news? I can never tell. Okay, I'm just joking. All right, let's see here. We've got some coverage from France 24.
Up to 12 hours.
We are staying here for a long time, maybe 6 or 7 hours already, but
partially confused.
It's crazy. Especially, I don't want to leave my native country, but because of the invaders, I must leave it as fast as possible.
Elsewhere in Romania, authorities counted an influx of almost 20,000 refugees in 2 days.
Normal traffic is around 20 cars a day.
Yeah, good luck with the shoveling. That's unfortunate. You have to shovel. Enjoy. I'll probably still be here when you get back.
The situation is desperate.
According to the UN, the war could cause the exodus of 5 million people. A meeting on the migration crisis is scheduled for Sunday between the European Union's interior ministers.
The famine in Ukraine being deliberate is pretty controversial and heavily influenced by Cold War era thinking. A lot of Russians did move there, however, during USSR era. That's not surprising to me. This is also not surprising to me. Claude de Montrat says, Lugansk was founded by Charles Gascoigne from UK and Donetsk by John Hughes from Wales. Really? No. Stop. What? Really? Donetsk? Man, British got its fingers in every pie.
And like barbarians at the gate in the political parlance, especially on the right of the political spectrum. So the cynical answer here is what makes this refugee crisis more palatable is Ukraine can be depicted as a European country in need, essentially. Yes, not an EU member, but a European nation. A nation, we keep talking about how this is the first, major, biggest conflict on Europe.
So there's your answer, Missy, or whatever her name was, Killy. There's your answer. That's why. It's because Ukrainians are being painted as Europeans.
And so in the east of the country, more of the Orthodox. In the west of the country.
Even though like Syrian refugees were like the best people to take in. They were like all highly educated, like every Syrian refugee that Canada took in like was a massive bonus to our country. And like we're grateful for them and horrified by what's happening in their home.
Is Europe prepared for these numbers of refugees? You could argue that if Europe actually shares the burden of refugees, yes, they are prepared to handle the potential numbers that could come. We saw 120,000 so far, according to the UN High Commissioner for Refugees, their office, just in the first couple of days here. That could reach in the millions.
Wow.
If they are apportioned out among different European countries, depending on where they go. Yes, Europe would be up to the challenge. Politically, it might be easier for politicians to make the publics accept this type of refugee crisis. And unfortunately, there actually might even be more sympathy because these are white people, white Christians who look like us.
And
that's the reality here with this refugee crisis.
Fuck, he went there.
Makes it different from a lot of the others.
All right, Doug, thank you very much.
Oh, my God, he went there.
Affairs commentator. Time now for a quick break. And then more headlines.
Oh, my God, he went there. Jesus Christ, my guy. But okay, all right. At least he's being open and honest. He's saying what we're all thinking. Freya says, Russia and Ukraine had a history of famine due to their feudal system. Also, while 2 million Ukrainians died, also 1 million Russians and 1 million Kazakhs. It was a large famine that spanned the entire south of the USSR. Some say Stalin mismanaged. Probably. Stalin, everybody. Some say he wanted to punish Ukrainians. Oh, okay. But why not both? The man was as cruel as he was a fool. The most generous ones say that he didn't have enough information. I don't know, man. I don't know. It was Stalin. Either way, everything points to the famine just being natural, but possibly mismanaged. But I thought Ukraine was like the breadbasket. Because it could be... Yeah, I can see how there's like a natural way that comes about, just like through poor soil management. But Then you got to start digging into like who was the Minister of Agriculture and what were their policies. And I saw photos of Romanians providing food and water to Ukrainian civilians at the border. You were about to go there? Lol. I'm so tired of the white Christian like us BS. It's a factor. Also, Stalin was Georgian and not a Russian. Bye, Sawyer Bar, you spammer. Stalin was Georgian and not a Russian? Oh, we missed that. Was that woman like cleaning? Holy fuck! What am I looking at? Oh my god. That reminds me of photos from the war. Second World War. Absolute mayhem. Oh my goodness. Bro, what are the Russians doing? Listen to that.
Ураган? Та туда прямо по дороге.
Сеня, какие ваши идеи?
Ukraine says 2 commercial ships hit by Russian missiles. IMF assures it will support Ukraine, according to the Ukraine's finance ministry. Wow, IMF putting their thumbs on the scale. That's surprising. Yeah, I probably can't show that. Actually, I probably can't show that. Probably can't show exactly that. Now that I think about it, probably can't show exactly that.
We are following the breaking news on the battle for control of KIEV. It is 11 a.m. in the Ukrainian capital, and residents are waking up to scenes like this. An apartment building damaged by what the foreign minister says was a Russian missile strike. Ukrainian officials sharing this video of people being rescued from that building.
Bro, man, more coverage is rough, man. More coverage do be rough. Oh boy. Yikes, everybody. Yikes. We don't blame you, Russian citizens. We blame Putin and the oligarchs. No sound. I want to get on my knees and say sorry for what this bastard did to you. This man's holding a Russian flag. We didn't want to choose him. He is not our president. Please forgive us. Thank you. Others are saying, glory to Ukraine. Russia without Putin. For a free Russia. Wow, that's pretty dramatic. USSR was doing large reorganization of society, so yeah, it's not weird that things didn't go perfectly. Yeah, like technocrats and stuff. What I do know is that there was never a repeat of that famine, so the USSR learned from its mistakes. Stalin probably wasn't as powerful or deranged as the West makes him out to be. Remember, it was the Cold War. US was also doing information warfare back then, as was the USSR. The US had an interest in painting Stalin as horrible. I know, but I thought this was like an opinion that like historians widely agree upon. They just might have bad sources. I can imagine historians figured it out at some point. Euronews has something that isn't showing explicit dead bodies from wartime. The stuff I like actually don't even want to watch. You know what I mean? Like I don't even want to watch that. But that's what's happening. Ok, maintenant c'est un stream francophone. Bienvenue tous les francophones.
De force avec Vladimir Poutine qui ne parle que le langage de la force. Nous demandons aussi qu'il prenne des mesures tout aussi fortes avec ceux qui, à travers le monde, ont soutenu la violation des traités internationaux et qui sont donc complices de la situation en Ukraine.
Complètement complice. Ah, tabarnak de souche.
Telle que la dictature cubaine. La guerre est là.
La guerre est là.
À nos portes. Et nous devons réagir.
Yeah, both Putin and Freya is inching pretty close to Stalin apologism. But I mean, there might be a sincere take about the the historical like sourcing. Well, let's see here. I mean, Stalin, Ukraine famine. Oh yeah, there's the Holodomor, right? Wasn't that like a genocide? You have like French as some background.
Merci, merci les amis cubains. Votre soutien
the terror famine.
Énormément, il nous va droit au cœur.
This is something I was learning about the
la
Holodomor.
communauté ukrainienne en France et au nom de tous
15
les
other countries.
Ukrainiens, remercier la communauté polonaise, les Polonais qui reçoivent en ce moment des milliers de réfugiés
Current
ukrainiens.
scholarship estimates a range of 4 to 7 million victims.
Merci à tous les autres pays qui
Another source,
accueillent
the Soviet
les Ukrainiens
famine.
en détresse. Nous vous serons éternellement reconnaissants. Je donne la parole à la personne qui est avec nous depuis 2013. C'est un Polonais. Il s'appelle Michal.
Everything's slow. Joseph Stalin and other party members had ordered that kulaks were, quote, to be liquidated as a class. Oxford University Press, the Harvard Sorrow, and became a target for the state. The richer land-owning peasants were labeled kulaks and were portrayed by the Bolsheviks as class enemies, which culminated in a Soviet campaign of political repressions. Some scholars have identified the famine in Ukraine and Kazakhstan as genocides, which were committed by Stalin's government, targeting ethnic Ukrainians and Kazakhs, while others dispute the relevance of any ethnic motivation, as is frequently implied by that term, and focus on the class dynamics between the land-owning peasants, the kulaks, with strong political interest in private property, and the ruling Soviet Communist Party's fundamental tenets, which were diametrically opposed to those interests. Gareth Jones was the first Western journalist to report the devastation. Does that add to the conversation? Yeah, it was that famine. Okay, all right. Historical opinion largely driven by Khrushchev, who hated Stalin. So yes, okay, that would make sense. Historians don't have perfect information. Yeah. Well, one thing I was reflecting on, Freya, was how, like how events can happen in history, but they'll be language locked. They'll be like locked within the historians of that era, who are just as prone to influence from like political realities as anyone else. And then like the world, like the outside that bubble, people kind of get in there and they might have different interpretations or might be mining it for propaganda. But like, again, just because I'm like sympathetic to Ukraine, so many Ukrainians live in Canada. Ukraine is very clearly the defender in this particular war. I'm like definitely have some bias to believe that the Holodomor was a genocide that happened. Racism can also play a role in how it's portrayed. Yeah, it just seems like these subtitles are murdering two languages at once. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh my God, we surveyed only, person kiss wait until 1 year. Wait, what? Me, you'll see this on preview. Dijon Cavion. The person given party into ammonia in the person. Person, could you want to create Allah tip money when you Sarah? This is actually kind of funny. Oh God, this is stupid. Mais honnêtement, est-ce qu'on a des francophones ici? Est-ce qu'il y a du valeur de juste pleinement comme parler en français, de le mettre en français, de continuer en français juste un petit peu, ou non? Est-ce que tout le monde sont des anglophones? Are everyone here like anglophones? Is there any value into like just trying a French stream, like just for a little bit? I don't know. Is English still the dominant language? Oh yeah, I don't want to show that. Derp. This language locking remains an issue. If you look at Wikipedia in multiple languages, the articles are much longer. Yeah, exactly. My internet just crashed. Weird. It wasn't me, Trevor. I didn't do it. It might have been Russia. Protesters gather in Berlin. It's like Mad Libs. Yeah. Okay, this is funded in whole or in part by the Russian government. Disclaimer. A lot of historical instances where translation errors or very specific interpretations of text lead to a misunderstanding of history. Yeah, that kind of ties to what you said about the language bubble. Yeah, and it has a lot to do with like that chain of expertise that can happen where like people just sort of rely on this one scholar or that scholar who like has the into the culture, who can like do the ethnographic studies or like read in Russian or whatever. And so you get like just a few scholars who create like all this information that you rely upon like entire political leadership relying upon like, you know, a few historians interpretations, especially as like you deal with increasingly rare languages. You get fewer and fewer people who can access that culture, that language, that perspective, and provide accurate information. Kremlin gremlins. Modem Kremlin gremlins? Yeah, I'm trying not to. I'm trying not to, Claire. Horny. Too horny. Ban Swift. Well, there's a controversial... They just want to get rid of Swift entirely. There's someone... Oh, man. Oh, man. Bonk. Yeah, I don't have bonk. I'm sorry. Frieden. Vladimir Klitschko, why do I recognize that name, is in Kyiv now talking to the whole world. Please spread this message.
I'm addressing the entire world. I'm Vladimir Klitschko, and I'm addressing the entire world to stop this war that Russia has started. Just today,
Boxer.
Civilians were shot by the rockets.
Pro boxer.
With special operations, civilians getting killed.
Ukrainian.
And it's happening in the heart of Europe. There's no time to wait, because that's going to lead into the humanitarian catastrophe. You need to act now to stop Russian aggression with anything you can have now. In an hour or by tomorrow is going to be too late. Please get into action now. Don't wait. Act now. Stop this war.
Peace. Sue for peace. Propaganda? The Ukrainians should be proud of their leader. The man was offered to be evacuated by the US, and he responded with, quote, "I need ammunition, not a ride." I guess that's a picture of him in gear. I don't know how old this picture is. Maybe someone dug it up. Yeah, twice. Heavy road champ. People protesting with masks on. Yeah, I don't think there's been any cases of oh, you can say cock here, Simo Catfish. Thanks for the follow. Oh, sweet. Thanks so much, Saccharine. I really like your name. Saccharine? Like sweet? Amazing. Amazing. What a great name. Saccharine? You never see that. Such a rare word. Spelled with K's, though, which is curious. I guess someone stole your word. Have I been following the Russian protests? Yeah, we saw like arrests and like journalists getting arrested. I'll see if I can pull up anything else. Protests around the world. I know that there's going to be one. There was one yesterday in Montreal at the Russian consulate, and there's going to be one Sunday. And I think I might go to that. That could be interesting. Twice, world heavyweight champ. That literally means the strongest. Heavyweight? Damn. World leaders, please stop Russia. Let my people live. Stand with Ukraine.
NATO chief Jens Stoltenberg has said that the military alliance is deploying its...
Sorry, I'm pushing my computer too hard. The more famous people who speak up, the better. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the celebrities will save us this time. Pretty sure that's what's going to fix it. Propaganda war, information war. Everyone get your best champions. Have you been following the Russian protests? Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can pull that up while we watch this.
It's a rapid response force for the first time ever. This is to bolster defense in the face of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Stoltenberg has warned that the Kremlin's aggression had created a so-called new normal. Listen in.
We see, of course, that they're moving towards Kiev. We also see the rhetoric, the messages, which is strongly indicating that the aim is to change government, to change and remove the democratically elected government in Kiev. We are in close contact with the government of Ukraine. We are of course, monitoring the situation very closely. It is still a fluid situation. What we have...
Yeah, celebrities do fix everything. Welcome to... Oh, hey, Drunk Junta. The only real hope we have that this does not get out of control is for the Russian military stages a coup against Putin. I don't know. I think he's got them over a barrel. Russian military need to reflect. Yeah, okay, Lacey. Okay, yeah. We're going to get the military to start philosophizing about the humanity. I don't know. I think we should maybe start with the people. Might have more purchase there. Better reception. There's now a heavy U.S. presence in Poland and Romania, and they're intentionally turning on their transponders to be seen there. How do you know that? That's really interesting news. 1,000 Welsh guards from UK also unloading into the Baltics. Yeah, we saw some tanks in Poland. The Baltics I don't think are Poland, but yeah, we saw some British tanks in Poland, which was strange.
Seen is that the Ukrainian forces are fighting bravely. Yesterday, NATO allies activated our defense plans.
One can hope.
And as a result, we are deploying
fuck. I think these are live comments.
Is inflation going to pick up? Is government spending going to pick up? And what's monetary policy? Those are the three things one needs to think about.
I'm done. It's hard to tell when I can't hear
of the NATO response force on land, at sea, and in the air, to further strengthen our posture and to respond quickly to any contingency.
The latest step by NATO aims to beef up defenses. Allies spearheaded by the United States have rushed thousands of troops, while NATO leaders...
Flightradar.com, okay. Ovechkin gave a half-assed condemnation of the invasion, but he kind of used the both sides approach. Really?
Met on Friday to discuss Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The meeting happened as Russian forces closed in on Kiev, the Ukrainian capital. Stoltenberg reiterated, saying that Moscow bears the sole responsibility for the invasion.
Oh, it's just a hockey player? Oh, I don't care about a hockey player. Washington Capitals.
What we have warned against for months has come to pass, despite all our efforts to find a diplomatic solution. Moscow bears sole responsibility for the deliberate, cold-blooded and long-planned invasion.
Long-planned.
We condemn Russia's aggressions in the strongest possible terms and call on Russia to immediately cease its military action. We stand with the brave people of Ukraine. We fully support Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, its right of self-defense, and its right to choose its own path.
Meanwhile, French President Macron has said that the world must brace for a long war between Russia and Ukraine. Listen in.
La guerre est revenue en Europe, je vous le disais. Cette guerre, elle a été choisie unilatéralement par le président Poutine, avec une situation humanitaire tragique, un peuple qui résiste, et une Europe qui est là, qui résiste aux côtés du peuple ukrainien. Et il nous faut tout à la fois essayer de bâtir la paix et protéger, mais prendre aussi les mesures indispensables pour apporter les sanctions, résister, mener ce combat.
Meanwhile, the Slovak Prime Minister has said that the unity of NATO and European countries would be a strong deterrence to Russian interference. Eduard Heger made the statement as he visited a border crossing where refugees from Ukraine were arriving. He called Ukrainians friends and thanked Slovak citizens who were offering them refuge.
All the member countries of European Union and also the NATO countries are very united.
Wait, I think I understand what you meant. It took me a really long time to figure it out because I've never been to this site before, but is this what you're talking about? We've got a helicopter in eastern Romania with a United States flag. Is that what you're talking about, Claire? Because that's curious. And over the Black Sea? Bro. That's a hawk? And it's kind of just doing loops? This is right over Crimea. So they're like monitoring it. And then this is, yeah, this must be like international traffic. I'm seeing. Whoa. It's a drone launched from Sicily? Northrop Grumman. I recognize that. Global Hawk. I don't know what that means. It's showing me the route. That one's a US drone. And then this one is a Sikorsky Black Hawk. So that's a helicopter. Shows up as a helicopter. And then the rest are just kind of like, yo, this is interesting. This is really interesting. If we zoom out to, but we can't see anything around here. Is that just because it's getting jammed? Or they're not turning it on, right? You mentioned that they're like, have to turn on their call signs or something. Crazy. This is Reuters. Looks like refugees cross into Romania as Russia invades. Okay, I'm just gonna go to the washroom. I'll be right back. A number of air fuel tankers? Oh, Is it just pausing? What's going on? Why is it stopping? Global Hawk is a spy drone. Yeah, they're signaling. I guess just the feed is slow. Okay, this is something crazy that's happening in American politics. I'm just going to take a really quick aside because this is bizarre. But Nick Fuentes, a lot of people hopefully do not know who he is, but he is a young, ascending conservative talk show host and has been implicated in the January 6th coup d'etat. And here he is. He held his first Nick Fuentes held his America First conference today. There were several relatively high-profile speakers, including Marjorie Taylor Greene. Towards the end of the conference, Fuentes slipped up and praised Adolf Hitler. Quote, "I shouldn't have said that."
And now they're going on about Russia and Vladimir Putin is Hitler, and they say that's not a good thing. And I shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have said that, but. And now they're going on about Russia and Vladimir Putin is Hitler, and they say that's not a good thing. And I shouldn't have said that.
Wait, what?
Going on about Russia and Vladimir Putin is Hitler, and they say that's not a good thing. And I shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have said that, but.
Right. Weird take. Oh yeah, and these are what are known as groypers, some of the most cringe-inducing people. Hang on, everybody. This is this is high cringe we're heading into, and then we'll go back to Ukraine. Just to show you what is happening to the American political right, the ascendant young political right. Groyper is what they call themselves.
It's white boy summer. We're white. It's America First. I was just telling everybody, we're doing a press conference at 5:00 p.m. at the Sheridan Hotel, which is like across the street. I'll be giving my most unchained speech ever. I'm off of Twitter. I have nothing to lose.
You can tell this boy grew up on the internet.
So this is going to be the most racist.
That boy ain't right.
Anti-Semitic.
Thanks for the signal boost, Drunk Gento.
Holocaust denied. Speech in all of Dallas this weekend. Yes. So I'll see you there. Should we try to walk in a seat? It is America uncanceled after all, isn't it? Well, I'm an American and I've been canceled, so I think I'm going in a CPAC right now. America first! America first! America first! Keep it going. America first! America first! America first! America first! America first!
Todd. Look at this kid! Look at him! He's so baby-faced. He's having the day of his life. He doesn't know why he's saying America first. Yeah, I don't know. Something wrong. Something wrong with him. The cheese done slid off. Hey, I'll get banned. I'll get banned.
America first! America first!
I will literally get banned, okay? You actually cannot say that. I kid you not. Do not use the C slur, okay? Don't do it.
America first! America first!
Smash out the drywall. They all look under 12.
Nick Fuentes is in the house!
And by house, they mean like the atrium of some mall.
It's White Boy Summer! Let's go! White Boy Summer!
You can tell he's the first follower. You can tell he was Nick's first follower. He has so much confidence to be speaking for him. Nick is praising him, even though he's being a loud, brazen jackass. His shirt is extremely loud. His shirt is so loud. Like, oh my God. I'm gonna embarrass Wat Masuri, and that is very embarrassing. Yeah, it's actually a fucking thing now. This is such a crazy world we live in. I'm like showing war footage and like planes, drones, manless drones getting blown up, but you can't call white people the C word. All right, I hate to break it to you, everybody, but the Ghost of KIEV is from a simulation game, apparently. That's why I was looking for more footage. I'm like, that's it? Just that little clip? Miscaptioned. Clip does not show a Ukrainian fighter jet shooting down Russian planes. That's what I noticed. And they said it's the Ghost of KIEV. The quote from the military. The Ukrainian military said on February 24th that 5 Russian planes and a Russian helicopter were shot down in the Luhansk region. It has not been confirmed that a single Ukrainian pilot shot down the aircrafts. However, Reuters reports. Yeah, and we saw that helicopter get shot. Like, literally that footage. Yeah. So, Ghost of KIEV might not be a thing. Sag.
Ambassador to the U.S., Oksana Mark.
Oh, sorry. I'm just going to read the highlights for anybody who's just jumping in. UN estimates that 100,000 people have escaped Ukraine in the past 48 hours. We've also heard estimates as high as 130,000. Despite Russian military claims, British Armed Forces Minister James Heapy said the city of Melitopol is not in Russian hands. Not in Russian hands. The city of Melitopol is still free. Russia vetoed a UN Security Council motion that would have condemned the country's invasion of Ukraine. Big surprise. A NATO response force has been activated for the first time ever as a defense measure to reassure allies on Russia's border, and we watched that get announced. They were like 45 minutes late to their own. I'm white and I have nothing in common with those kids. Wait, who's the plant? This plant? This plant over here? We are pro-plant stream. Is pecker word an acceptable substitute for the C word? Sure. As long as it doesn't get me in trouble, Kraus. Words will save us. Be creative. Just find a better insult that doesn't get me clapped. Some ghost clips were from Arma 3, others from Digital Combat Simulator. Yo, we are doomed. We are doomed. The next like iteration of like AI generated content is absolutely going to destroy the news gathering process. I'm worried.
Karova. Ambassador, we are so thankful that you have taken the time to join us during this terrible time for your country. Ambassador, your president remains in Kyiv, a city many around the world are worried about tonight. What can you tell us about what's being done to protect the capital at this hour?
Thank you very much for having me, and I would like to thank all the Americans for the support that we feel
and receive during these days, which is crucial for Ukrainian people. So yes, my president remains in Kyiv. He remains there with Ukrainians. He remains there with our armed forces. And believe me, all the armed forces of Ukraine, even though the situation is really difficult in Ukraine, and even though for the past 48 hours we have been under brutal attack from the air, from east, from north, from everywhere by the enemy, by a neighboring country that attacked a sovereign country.
Okay, so we have a breakdown. Ukrainian forces repel Russian assault on Kyiv in vicious street fighting. The Ukrainian armed forces said there were, quote, heavy battles ongoing, end quote, in Kyiv on Saturday morning, while, quote, active combat was taking place in some streets. So here's the timeline of the fighting that happened last night. We don't need derogatory slogans to call people, to show what they think and how they behave. I mean, that's very wholesome, Simon, and I praise the effort, but as somebody who watches how people behave in groups, I don't know. I think you do need simplified, derogatory terms to spread a message quickly, right? Like think of Moscow Mitch, for instance. There's a term that's trying to tie Senator of Kentucky, Mitch McConnell, to his relationship to the Russian oligarchy, the kleptocracy. And so in order to make that stick, people call him Moscow Mitch. And it's often used with like, Mitch, get out the way, to sort of like rally your tribe, rally your people to hate on him even more, to like, you know, put more energy into trying to oust that guy. So yeah, I think derogatory slogans do have value in organizing people. Yeah, that's the part I always found so upsetting, Trevor, is that like, yeah, the actual origins of it comes from whip cracker, right? Like to actually crack a whip. And so like, yeah, there's just so little punch, so little historical oomph to the insult that it's insane that Twitch considers it a slur. But whatever. I mean, that's their platform, I guess. We live in a time where opinions without substance are superseding facts. Yeah. Did I miss anything too serious? No, we're going to cover over stuff. You've been gone for like, I guess, 30 minutes. So the stuff that you missed was like refugees are arriving in Romania. And I don't know. I'm like in stream of consciousness mode. So it's so hard to remember what happened in the last 30 minutes. It's all just a blur. But here's the timeline of overnight fighting, which is a good summary for you and anyone else coming in halfway through. We saw this clip where he talked to the people. He's kind of like unshaven. The latest. Ukraine's armed forces say fighting took place overnight on the streets of Kyiv. The one thing you did miss, which was really interesting. Do I still have that Flight Radar site up? Did I close it? Am I a silly goose? I believe I am a silly goose. Dang, I shouldn't have closed that. Okay, I'll bring it up now. It was flightradar24.com. Someone in the chat was making mention. How did I do it again? Filters, call sign. There you go. So, someone in the chat was making note that there were American planes in airspace very close to Crimea, very close to Sevastopol. So you can see the American side, and apparently, according to them, a Global Hawk is like a drone, an unmanned drone. And we saw a helicopter, a Black Hawk, just hanging out near Moldova. So that was like pretty interesting. Yeah, that was, I think, the major thing that you missed. One, that this exists, flightradar24.com. I've never seen this site before. And, oh, that's an interesting map. Flight St. Petersburg going to Georgia. But yeah. And the other piece of information is that the reason that we can see this publicly is because they turned it on, right? They like putting up a flag saying, "Hello, you can see us. I can see you. Hello, everybody. Hi, I'm here. I'm right here now, and I'm over here now." There it is. Yeah, has no obligation to have its transponder on, being done intentionally to send a message. A couple French fries, freedom fries, freedom. Alexander the Great had scribes on campaign with him to write all kinds of fairy tales about his personal greatness. I mean, he literally was called Alexander the Great, so I don't know. Sounds pretty good. Sounds like he did a lot. I don't know. Ukrainian military says it repelled an assault on one of its Kyiv bases. China's president urged President Putin to negotiate with Ukraine. That's big. We're sharing live updates. The area southwest of Kyiv has been struck this morning by 2 missiles, with pictures showing significant damage to a residential block. We actually watched that footage. Zelenskyy gave his speech. We saw that. Local media reported that a section of a highway near central Kyiv turned into a war zone last night, with one video showing fires burning along the major road connecting east to west. Can we see that video? There's the residential building. Oh my god. Oh my god. Look at her face. Oh my god. Look at the coat and everything. This is a middle class woman. That boy, look at it. His jacket is nicer than mine. I'm joking. I'm joking, of course. This is fucked up. People are... Oh, he's got a... Is that a Kalashnikov? Just people going for a walk, hanging around, but this guy's got his weapon, and his buddy's in his army gear. There's some more army stuff. Sheesh. There's an appeal to join the fight. Oh yeah, this video we'll watch again. It's insane. Look, there's a guy trying to... This is the second or third video we've seen. Like, people putting their bodies in front of tanks and fucking... Not sure that China urging to negotiate is sincere, just to save face. Yeah, I know. Oh, that's a better read. Simo Catfish. It's a very good point. I'm obviously incredibly skeptical because I thought Russia was backed by China. No, look for the Zeds. If you see Zeds, then you know it's Russian. But look at this guy. He's just like... No, you stop. You gotta stop now. You stop. Crazy. Absolutely wild, man. Absolutely wild. Yeah, we were watching this.
Even though everyone understands the risks, and we look into the eye of this for the past two days, we remain committed to defend our home. We resist.
Yeah, a lot of the footage of Ukrainians has been really inspiring. Like, they are insanely tough.
We will not surrender our capital to the enemy.
And speaking of your president, he has been filming defiant videos today, posting one on social media saying, "We are here." He earlier today also issued a call to arms to everyone capable of defending Kyiv to, quote, "Please help our military." But the Ukrainian military, we hear, are putting up a brave fight. Is that what you're hearing as well?
Absolutely. We actually admire every man and woman that today is defending our homes. Again, Ukraine is a very peaceful country. We never attacked anyone. It was Ukraine that was attacked by Russia in 2014 when they illegally occupied Crimea, when they illegally occupied parts of Donetsk and Lugansk territory, which then for 8 years we tried to use every diplomatic solution together with the United States and our partners and allies in Europe to negotiate and to diplomatically restore our territorial integrity. And then earlier this last year, as you all saw, when Mr. Putin started accumulating the troops around our border, and then he recognized so-called republics, which definitely are not republics. They have been occupied by Russians for this 8 years, and used that as a pretext to now wage a full-fledged invasion and war in our country. But again, you know, we don't have any other home, and we will defend this one. And we defended our choice to be not only sovereign, not only independent, but also European and democratic. And this is the
I think it's not less sincere that any such statements coming from Western governments. Countries always look at the interests of their own citizens first. Yeah. That's why Biden talks about gas prices in the US, even though people are dying. Yeah. And it's like why Germany is not like jumping into the fire. Yeah. I mean, like, I would apply the same sincerity test, like the same smell test. There's like the real politic that you kind of want to keep aware of. Yeah, for sure.
Reason why Putin attacked us. But this is exactly the reason why we will do everything to protect our house.
And Ambassador, I have to share with you, just a few weeks ago, I was there in Kyiv and spoke to so many people who said they lived through that 2014 revolution and they stayed in their homes. It was an awful time, and many of them saying they were choosing to stay this time around as well. But of course, as you know, hundreds of thousands are heading to the border.
No. Why?
What are your humanitarian concerns at this hour?
Massive concerns. I mean, Putin's actions, not only to start the full-fledged war, but also targeting the civilian infrastructure. They hit an orphanage today. They hit a hospital today. They've hit so many individual private houses and apartment
residences.
These are clear acts of war, but also criminal acts. And we are getting all this information and confirmations and evidences, and we will be doing everything possible to make them accountable for this. But also so many people had to leave their houses during these 2 days, relocate from many places, women with children. Some people moved closer to Western Ukraine, some people relocated within Ukraine. But it's major humanitarian crisis caused by Putin's actions, caused by Russian armed forces shelling, killing, and doing everything inside another country. So yes, we are working very closely with all humanitarian organizations. We are receiving great help from the United States, first and foremost, but also from European colleagues in order also to support people. So right now, essentially, what we as country are asking from all of our friends and allies, in addition to support and in addition to, you know, forming this, as we call it, anti-Putin coalition, where we...
Okay. What the hell just happened? That was weird. That was strange. It just kind of like gave up. Or maybe reloaded. World War II. They invaded in World War II and encouraged Ukrainian nationalists to join them in fighting against Russia. Lol. Okay. I know so little. Everyone following the war in Ukraine seems to be talking about SWIFT. But many Americans and Canadians are hearing about it for the first time this week. Keep reading to find out what SWIFT does. Oh, are you just going to post the article? Sure, okay. SWIFT, or the Society for Worldwide Interbank Financial Telecommunications. It's a secure messaging service that more than 11,000 banks around the world use to communicate. Woo! Essentially the Gmail of global banking. If Russia takes a hold of Ukraine or annexes Ukraine, will this set a precedent for China to get a grasp on Taiwan? Just curious on your take. I think that's kind of the rhetoric coming out from like the White House. You know, if democracy falls in Ukraine, then democracy will surely fall in Taiwan. It's reasonable to assume that the world powers are using satellite nations as trial balloons to figure out how they can outmaneuver one another. Taiwan is like definitely a hotbed of democracy. It's just what is happening in Taiwan. So Taiwan, here we go. There's nothing funnier to watch than Sina apologizes in Chinese. Sina, C-E-N-A. Okay, so this is John Cena apologizing because he called Taiwan a country ahead of the Fast and Furious 9 release. And then he posted this video.
我爱更尊重中国更中国人。我很抱歉对我的错误，对不起，我很抱歉。你必须了解，我很爱、很尊重中国跟中国人。不好意思，再见。
Please don't shut me out of your markets. Please let me sell my things. China, Taiwan is very different to Russia, Ukraine. Yeah, absolutely. Like completely different historical and like very different arguments going on. But what is similar about them is smaller countries being caught up in the disputes of empires. They're sort of the ball bearings of these tectonic plates rubbing up against one another. I think that might be a good analogy. Yeah, John Cena, who speaks perfect Mandarin. I mean, good on him. More language is good. Cutting Russian banks' access would isolate the country from the global financial community and put more economic pressure on the Kremlin. The US and its European counterparts have so far held back from cutting off SWIFT. European countries use SWIFT to pay Russian companies for oil and gas. Okay, that's the part I wasn't too sure about. Regular folks overseas are also familiar with the system, using it to conduct cross-country money transfers, to pay bills, send money. Blocking SWIFT in Russia could actually hurt some European countries, particularly Germany and Italy. Without SWIFT, it would be harder for these countries to buy the gas. Gotta get the oil and gas. Sanctions experts said the sanctions announced Thursday against big Russian banks are just as effective as cutting off SWIFT. Okay. I'm going to see if I can find... This makes me want to listen to that catchy song about Mao that usually accompanies an image of John Cena with Mao hair. Oh, yeah. You memeing. Destiny, Ukraine. I want to see XQC. Yeah. Oh, God, it's 52 minutes
Jesus,
long.
Man, this is actually real shit. I thought it was happening all day. Is this just happening now? What's even happening?
Okay, if you don't know who XQC is, he's another Canadian who comes from Montreal, and he's like got a real thick French accent because he's francophone, and he's very Pepe.
That's kind of how it works, yeah.
A little bit like he maybe. Oh, but where's his talk with Destiny? Apparently, he talked with Destiny, and that's what I wanted to watch. XQC and Destiny discuss Red Sun in the Sky. Wait, Hassan's take was bad? I guess they didn't upload it yet. It might actually just be on XQCO Red Sun in the Sky. I'm going to get clapped. What are you talking? He's sending me towards... Oh, God, he's live. Oh, God, no. Of course he's live. Okay, thank fuck. Let's see here. It's just a song. Okay, I just want to see if I can find. Okay, maybe not. Okay, all right. Yeah, Hassan with the bad takes. Hey, at least he took the L. You know what I mean? Yeah, I think it's this video. 10 million views. 1 minute long.
One of the most respected men in WWE, John Cena, the multi-time champion.
Yes, a lot of higher views. Some fucking rocks.
The following contest is scheduled for one fall. Making his way to the ring from Shanghai, China, weighing in at 251 pounds.
Fire and forget.
The atmosphere inside this arena for this one is absolutely insane, guys. John Cena showing hustle, loyalty, and respect.
Are the Chinese censors going to come?
He'll be able to keep this up. No one in the history of WWE has done for this company what John Cena has. Not only inside the ring, but outside the ring.
So bad. Okay, Freya, we did the meme. We did the meme. Wait. Hassan's take was bad?
Последний шанс.
Plus.
Stop. Предложить им в кратчайшие сроки заставить Киев.
Hassan is a himbo? Yeah, of course.
И выполнить Минские соглашения. В противном случае мы должны принять решение, о котором сегодня говорится. Значит, в противном случае вы предлагаете начать переговорный процесс?
Okay, I might actually learn from this, like, to see how XQC goes around, like, content curation. I wish we'd watch that. That was a crazy. You just learned of Hassan. That was your first time learning of Hassan? Oh my god. Yeah, he's like the most loud and angry voice on the left right now. The biggest, loudest voice. But he has some base takes. He's usually pretty reasonable. But yeah, he has some bad takes as well. He's all over the place. But he's entertaining, so that's what it's fun to watch.
Я поддержу предложение о признании.
Поддержу или поддерживаю? Говорите
Yeah, this is fucked up. I never watched this.
Так и скажите, так, да или нет?
Поддерживаю предложение о вхождении Донецкой и Луганской народных республик в состав Российской Федерации.
Мы об этом не говорим, мы этого не обсуждаем. Мы говорим о признании их независимости.
Holy shit. Oh, it's the head of intelligence? Of the GRU? No. Of the GRU? That's not true. Both sides don't both sides this Simo catfish.
Хорошо, садитесь, спасибо. Владимир Александрович.
Imagine both sidesing Hassan. Vladimir Putin recognizes breakaway regions. Okay, this is a really good sort of overview.
О проведении специальной военной операции.
Special military operation.
Ее цель – защита людей, которые
aims to protect people who have been bullied, subjected to genocide by the Kyiv regime.
Киевского режима. И для этого мы будем стремиться к
демилитаризации
и денацификации Украины, а также преданию суду тех, кто совершил многочисленные кровавые преступления против мирных жителей, в том числе и граждан Российской Федерации. Кто бы не пытался помешать нам, а тем более создать угрозы для нашей страны, для нашего народа, должны знать, что ответ России будет незамедлительным.
Response will be immediate.
К таким последствиям
He looks so angry, and lead you to such consequences that you've never faced in your history. Sheesh. Ready for any outcome.
You're not covering this thing happening.
I think that the obsession over the breaking news stuff is really cringe. Like, nothing is going to change whether I watch the news tomorrow or today. It's not like I'm going to be taking cover. And I think that a lot of the analysis that people do in, like, breaking events is pretty shit anyway. Like,
no, stop, Destiny, stop, you.
There's just no value. If people are honest that they're just watching it because they want to see people getting blown up or it's like entertaining, then
it's entertaining to see military operations, although I don't like it when I see violence. I like it to see it when like people are shaming soldiers or like stopping military operations through peaceful means. That's always like really intense and brave. But like, let's be real here. This is a war of aggression. It's like one way to understand the reality of what's happening.
And I guess that's cool. But like otherwise, it's just like...
Wait, it's not entertaining. I don't think that's entertaining though.
It absolutely is entertainment. The only reason people are watching this right now is for entertainment.
True.
I'm sorry, that's just true. Because if you go to sleep right now and you wake up in the morning, you just read what happened, you are exactly just as informed as somebody that like stayed awake with their eyes glued to the screen watching it overnight.
Yeah, but you get it earlier though.
Who cares? What difference does that make in your life? Is there an election that you're voting on at 2 a.m. about foreign policy? No.
Okay. Well, what are...
XQC's right though. You do get it earlier. Like, I'm up early so I can hit that European market, everybody, of eyeballs. You got to get the eyeballs. That's all that matters in this economy, the attention economy. As eyeballs, and so getting there first is often a way to get more eyeballs. So XQC's making sense. Like, Destiny's right in like a philosophical sense, like a mental health sense. Like, yeah, it literally doesn't matter that you get this news earlier. But for someone being entertained, if someone's talking about an issue and this other person isn't, I'm going to go to the one who's talking about it. And usually the person who's talking about it is the one who got there early, got there first, not necessarily who got there correct. It's kind of like a major problem that print journalism has right now, because people will come to me to listen to me just like watch Twitter videos and like try to piece it together than like journalists who have people on the ground who are like doing the real news. And I often have to like defer to those journalists, like wait for them to put up polished pieces for me to even have anything resembling like a coherent perspective. Insomnia, yeah, I've been struggling with insomnia too, Claire. It's rough. I hate it. I was up at like 5 this morning. I like actually slept in.
So every timeline do you use then to like let's say
what timeline do you use? This man's so broken by the internet. He's like, what, you don't check up on the news every 4 hours? What do you suggest, 8 hours?
Well,
yeah, like so for me, it'd be like once the events are over. So like right now, it's possible that Russia is rolling in armor and shit to Ukraine. Maybe not. But if I go to sleep and I wake up, I'll read what's happened, and then I'll be just as informed as anybody that stayed awake all night with their eyes glued to the screen. I'm not saying that it's wrong or bad to watch it for entertainment, but don't lie to yourself and pretend that it's not for entertainment. It's exciting as fuck. Where eyes are glued to the screen, waiting for explosions and bombs and shit to drop, and everybody's blood is running fucking high, and like people want to get on Twitter and tweet like hot takes and shit. But like it's entertaining for sure. But that's all it is. It's not information or news or whatever. Like nobody knows if it's a transformer blowing up or if it's a bomb being dropped or if nukes are starting, right? It's just for entertainment, you know?
I would think that people just want to be informed in live what happens, and if things get better or worse, or they want to know what's happening, you know?
Yeah, but like what's the difference between looking now versus like let's say I stay awake until 6 a.m. and I watch this for the next 6 hours, even if stuff happens. Let's say that instead somebody else goes to sleep and they wake up and they read like 10 minutes like what happened on the news. The next day, who's going to be more informed?
Well, I think the only part where Destiny's missing out is that like if you don't have your nose to the ground, you miss out on protests that are happening. Like if I hadn't done research or found like websites that I posted that like help other people to do research, a lot of protest movements that happen at like Russian consulates would fizzle out because people aren't like jumping on. This stuff happens quick. It flares out quick. You either make it or you don't, kind of thing.
Right? They both have the same level of information.
Right.
Destiny has legit worse takes than Hassan IMO. Yeah, D Pepila. Yeah, he's really fallen off in the past couple years. I think especially that latest scandal. He said some like especially fucked up shit like in a debate between him and Haas. I think even Haas got in trouble just for like talking to him, and he was doing like a bunch of rape apologia, and it was really cringe. Destiny used to be like a really interesting source of debate on Twitch before like when that was like a thing that was happening. And I hate to say it, I used to be big into debate, everybody. I hate to say it. Back when I was in the protest scene, we organized it all on Facebook. That's still true. Now it's all full of cops. I mean, that's also still true. It's more true now, that's for sure.
Wouldn't you know a bit more about the
what with I don't know the backstory between Destiny and Denims, so I'm less biased in that regards. I know that Denims doesn't like Destiny for reasons. Pepe La D.
Development though?
No.
Like
No, because like when you watch this breaking news, like 80% of the shit that gets reported is fucking fake anyway. It's people tweeting shit like oh my god, there's tanks in fucking Ukraine. Like they're already at Donbass. Like we saw pictures of troops fleeing. There was already a guy, right? Nobody knows how much of this shit is true or not. Like especially in Middle Eastern stuff where everybody's just brown. People will post like images and videos of shit from like 20 years ago and be like, look, this is ISIS killing people right now in Syria. Like no, it's not. It's Turkish troops fighting Kurdish people in Southeast Turkey. Like it's not even remotely related.
True. Oh, rap battles only.
So
these people can't rap. Can you imagine XQC trying to rap? Unless he rapped in French, which is awesome. French rap is amazing. But like, yeah, I don't know. These people can't rap.
You usually just wait till the next day, read the news articles, figure out what really happened. But if you want to watch this shit, it's cool. But it's just like it's entertainment.
Well, I'm not because I was unaware. I was unaware about all of it, right?
I think the reason I actually do like Destiny is for when he goes into like, what is it, Jesse Peterson's shows, and he's like the only sort of left voice in like a right-wing space. Like Destiny's one of the few people that does that like goes into the lion's dens and then just holds space. But like I'm not going to say these people are like good or anything. XQC is just like smooth-brained, I guess, in a charming way. Everyone loves.
And I don't leave in the politics unless chat gets so overwhelming that I literally cannot play fighting games about Mario Kart. But the chat saying World War III, World War III, World War III. Now I'm like, okay, we'll get it for a couple minutes, and chat will calm down. So, but everybody is now currently aware. But I don't even know how what stems. How about you give me a little bit of history lesson?
A little bit of a history lesson on.
Oh god, no. Oh god, no.
So Ukraine. How far back do you want to go?
Well, don't give me a fucking anthropology fucking tier 3 motherfucker.
So Ukraine,
you literally cannot follow XQC. You don't understand what he's saying. I've never heard that before. I've never heard that opinion expressed before.
To be a really important satellite state of the Soviet Union. It was a really big part. Like Ukraine was like the #1 adversary to the United States. Ukraine was a big deal. They're rich.
Have you ever seen Myth do impersonations of XQC? Let's see if I can find that. Myth impersonates XQC. It's always funny. It's always really weird, but super funny. Myth is just another streamer, but XQC is entertaining to watch because he's so hard to.
Because of Ludwig, not because of me.
No, I watched that. I thought it was fucking weird. Do it, Chad. Do what? No, fuck off.
Do what? Do what?
They want me to do the fucking voice, I think.
What voice?
The fucking.
Say we'll do the jungle.
I did it. Welcome to the jungle, guys. Today we have a crazy dream lined up. Nick just went out of the car. He went to go take a shit, dude. I can't believe it. There was shit coming out of his ass. I was gonna suck it up right off the floor. But then I told this sorry motherfucker, no, dude. No! Don't take a shit in the bathroom. Right now! I am tired of this bullshit. Now I'm stuck in a fucking car with Melena and Kitty Cinderella, dude. Like, what the fuck? Where is the content, dude? Only 46,000 viewers? Not enough fucking juicers in here, dude. L, dude.
Oh my god. Did.
I closed my eyes. Insanity. Come on, help me. It is better and great. It's better.
He's been honing that like at night on his own or something. Like, what the fuck?
Natural resources. I think a majority or a large part of the Soviet Union's nuclear.
Yeah, when I was having really bad insomnia and the Grand Theft Auto roleplay arc was happening, the best highlight would be waking up at 3 in the morning or 4 in the morning and XQC is playing because he's broken. And one of the streams I watched that was insane was when him and his girlfriend broke up. God, what was her name? Like Virtue or Valiant, or I'm forgetting her name. It started with an A maybe. And like she asked him to unmute so that chat can listen to them fighting about whether he's taking home his personality that he's adopting in the Grand Theft Auto roleplay. He's like being this massive asshole to everyone and everything to like create content and like shooting cops and just breaking rules left, right, and center and just being an overall dickhead. And she doesn't believe that it's just a character and he's like bringing work home kind of thing because he streams at home and I think her name and she streams at home, like Adept maybe. His chat got really toxic. Yeah, that was the other thing I heard, was that like it's just the chat was just so insanely bad. So when he was beefing with someone, they go over to their chat and like raid it or not raid it, but brigade it and just like say a bunch of dumb shit. So you know, that's not him, but he definitely was an awful toxic human being on Grand Theft Auto. It was great content to watch, but it was bizarre. Yeah, we watched it, Danielle, earlier today. We found one with subtitles and everything, and one of the more evocative things he got banned from NoPixel, then DDoS attacked them. Like, okay, stop.
Nuclear arsenal was stored there.
This is why we're watching it. We're watching global politics funneled through the brains of Twitch streamers. It should be enlightening.
It was a really important part of the Soviet Union, and there's a lot of history between like Serbian people that came. Serbian people, right? Serbian people that came from that region. It goes back to like over 1,000 years between like how these people have kind of associated with each other.
How's your weekend going, Danielle?
The important stuff basically is that Ukraine used to be part of the Soviet Union. Ukraine broke off from the Soviet Union after the Cold War ended and the Soviet Union dissolved, and now
Ukraine gave up its Soviet nukes in exchange for promises that it would always be independent, signed by US, UK, and Russia. Yeah, the great betrayal. The great betrayal. Yeah, we won't invade you. Give us all your nukes. It'll be fine. It was not fine.
Oh, the Soviet Union and Russia have this strange relationship. Oh, Slavic people. I'm sorry, not Slavic people, Slavic people. Russia and Ukraine have this weird relationship where the majority of Ukraine wants to be kind of like aligned with the West. They want to be pro-European Union. They want to be pro like Western NATO, maybe. But Russia obviously doesn't want that. Russia wants Ukraine to be loyal to the Russian Empire and loyal to Russian interests. There was a leader...
Yo, this man has editors and producers. This is a huge amount of like post-production.
I don't remember his name. In Ukraine, it was famous for being a pretty corrupt piece of shit. And he kind of like...
He had a whole palace full of like his own zoo.
What?
No, I'm learning.
Oh, yeah. Basically, there was a president of Ukraine. He axed a big...
But when you see what happens that don't have nukes, that the US don't like, can you really blame him? Yeah, we still can blame them because they just treat their citizens like shit, right? Like there's just such an insane relationship between the government and the people that like even if their pursuit of nuclear weapons has some like fig leaf or some veneer of like respectability, it's only because a better standard hasn't been set upon, hasn't been like placed. It's like a race to the bottom kind of thing. And if North Korea gets nukes, it will be the ultimate representation of the failure of international law, like that a tyrannical regime can just get its hands on something and threaten other and from their perspective, of course, right, like they understand. They looked at what happened to what was the other place that gave up their nukes and then got clapped really hard? I feel like Algeria or something, like a Middle Eastern state, maybe? I can't remember. It was Libya. Thank you. Yeah. And they ousted Gaddafi and killed him in the streets. Yeah.
pro-EU trade deal, and everybody in Ukraine got super mad. They tossed the dude out of office. They put in a new leader, and he's way more aligned with the West, like pro-Western interests. Putin got really fucking ass mad at this. He came in and he took back Crimea, stating that like, oh, well, hold on, these are mostly ethnically Russian people anyway, and technically Crimea was a gift given by the Soviet Union to Ukraine a long time ago. It's like, well, we deserve this anyway. Putin gets really high ratings whenever he fucks with Ukraine. When he took back Crimea, everybody's really excited for it anyway. And now basically there's this weird conflict right now where Ukraine wants to be more aligned with Western interests, and Russia is uncomfortable having another country on its border that's more aligned with Western interests.
Yeah, we saw like a map of like countries inside NATO, and there's like a horseshoe shape around Russia. There's like very much an encirclement going on.
Sorry, there's like a ton of like random shit in here, but
it makes sense. Well, hold on. But is it only the president of Russia, or is it like his party? Is it like how much of all this thinking and mindset is only him and or his party?
Wow, what an incredible question. Like that's the question, right? That is the $1 million. This is why XQC is amazing, because he's humble enough to just ask the question. And sometimes he lands upon, the crux of the issue. The soldier that goes to war, is he listening to his paycheck? Is he listening to political leadership? Is he listening to the news? Is he listening to his superior officer and his colleagues? Like, what pays the bill of the soldier? U.S. has dismantled most of our warheads. Not sure how much are left, especially compared to what other superpowers have now. What do you mean by our warheads? Do you mean like U.S. warheads? I thought that denuclearization had kind of stopped generally. The banking sanctions were aimed at the 351 members of the parliament, the Duma, who voted for this war. Yeah, that's like the second. You're U.S. Okay, thank you, Semo Catfish. Yeah, I still think they have like thousands of warheads though, right? Like it's still like obnoxiously high. But I'm not too sure how far denuclearization has continued. I thought it sort of slowed down.
I don't really know how politics work.
People in Russia are ultra nationalistic. The idea of like rebuilding the Russian Empire, I think, is generally broadly supported by the Russian people. When Putin rolled in and took back Crimea, he had massive support in Russia for doing it, and he was on a huge high politically from doing it.
We had a Putin stan in here earlier who was like, "Rah rah Putin, he's so strong. I love him so much."
Okay, but it seems like I don't know. Just from my perspective as an outsider who doesn't know much about politics, it always seems like Russia is like standalone. No, we're like this, like against the world type of thing.
So the problem is that like after the Cold War, the United States won the Cold War, right? So you've got NATO, which is a whole bunch of countries that basically existed to say fuck Russia, and then you've got like the European Union, which is like this Western organization of like European countries, and all of the I'll say like most of the world kind of chose and threw their weight behind the United States in opposition to the Soviet Union, or now Russia. And now Russia is kind of hanging out there as like, well, fuck, we lost the Cold War, we lost our satellite states, and we're kind of like slowly dwindling away, and we don't really know what we want to do now because our leader really wants to rebuild the empire, and obviously the rest of the world doesn't want to see that happen.
What does that mean though? Rebuilding the empire, what kind of vision is that? What kind of end game or end goal does that look like? Rebuilding the empire.
Putin said
there used to be an empire.
The collapse of the Soviet Empire was a great tragedy. And now he's been bumping up this Soviet nostalgia. What does he hope to gain from reviving some of the ghosts of the old Soviet Union?
You know, this is really, I think, a central thing to understand about Vladimir Putin's 2-decade leadership of Russia is that Soviet nostalgia, as you called it, John, is at the core of his appeal as a politician. A sense of grievance. You know, he was actually all about making Russia great again long before Donald Trump was talking about making America great again by looking backwards. It was back in 2005, in fact, that Vladimir Putin said the breakup of the Soviet Union was the greatest, not just a great tragedy, but the greatest geopolitical catastrophe of the 20th century. Never mind World War II, never mind the Gulag, never mind World War I. He's continued that just this week. In fact, he called it a historical tragedy. And he's all about essentially trying to revise and to get rid of the international order that was constructed on the collapse of the Soviet Union.
Putin is using this language of the past, of threat, of the Cold War, as an excuse to prepare his people perhaps for an invasion or perhaps for another set of games around that. And for him, this is a justification. It explains why he should still be president. He's somebody who is famously corrupt. Most of the population now knows that. His popularity has been declining rapidly. Living standards in his country have been going down. So why should he, by what right, by what legitimacy does he remain in power? And his argument is that because I'm the one who's going to put the Soviet Union back together again, and that's why it's dangerous.
I don't know. That's a good question. I mean, it could be reclaiming some of the lost satellite states that are like really rich in resources. It could be just growing.
Yeah, but is that something that can happen in our current modern days, that you reclaim land forcefully like that? Isn't that like an old concept? People still do that?
It's complicated.
XQC is so funny.
So like you can't cross swords with another nuclear power. So like Russian troops are never going to be shooting at U.S. troops and vice versa. Right. But like wherever you can edge out territory or edge out victories, you're going to be really invested in maintaining that part of your quote unquote empire or your alliances. So like for instance, the entire West was hoping for us.
Simo Catfish says, from fiscal years 1994 through 2020, the United States dismantled 11,683 nuclear warheads. Since 2017, dismantled 711. Yeah, that was sort of the slowdown I was referring to, I guess. This is the total. Oh, I guess 700. Okay, approximately 2,000 additional nuclear warheads are currently retired and awaiting dismantlement. Okay. United States had a stockpile of 3,750 active and inactive nuclear warheads, plus approximately 2,000 warheads retired and waiting dismantlement of the stockpiled warheads. U.S. stated in its March 2019 New START declaration that 1365 were deployed on 656 ICBM SLBMs. Yeah, that's pretty helpful information. Thank you, Simo Catfish.
Assad to fall in Syria. The United States maybe potentially was like even funneling weapons into groups there, saying like, oh,
homemade garlic naan.
The FSA, the Free Syrian Army, these people need to fight for their independence. And Putin was like, after what happened to Gaddafi in Libya, I am never letting another ally fall. There were jets flying in. People from China were going in to help Syria. Like there was no way that he wanted to watch that country that was aligned with him, that leader that was aligned with him fall. And so I think that Putin generally looks like that. He looks to countries around the world that are aligned with that are aligned with Russian interests, and he just wants those countries to be strong, to have, I guess, what little they can hold on to. In terms of like outright invading things, it gets hard. Like Russia's not just generally going to send troops in, but they'll take advantage of like complicated situations to try to see where they can edge out victories. So like what happened in Georgia was pretty complicated. I think there was a Russian ambassador that was killed by I don't know if it was a Georgian military member or somebody that was like pro-Georgia, and they took advantage of that opportunity, like, oh, what, we're going to go in and do that because they aggressed, you know? Or with Crimea, right? Well, Crimea was technically a gift to Ukraine, and, you know, they want their independence from us. Well, you know, most of the people there are ethnically Russian. They want to be part of us. We're going to go in and free those people first by supporting freedom fighters, and then by stepping in and helping those people once we think that they have a right to that region, you know? So they kind of look for these little edge cases to work around, basically.
Interesting. Okay. And why do people say if most of the time there isn't like a big, I mean, there isn't like big wars or anything like, right? Mm-hmm. And it seems like in our modern days, from my perspective, there isn't too many wars. Yeah, there are some, I get it. But when people are being weird and they're obviously in the wrong, why doesn't everybody just say, okay, well, we're not going to give you a wood, food, water in it, and people just stop the trade with them, and then now they're kind of fucked.
Sanctions. Well, that's kind of what's going on right now with the United States. So the United States is basically trying to get all of NATO together, maybe the European Union, I don't know if that's, but all of NATO together basically say like, hey, well, we're going to sanction the fuck out of your country if you are going to do these things. But like, there's a lot of countries around the world that you can trade with. It's not like there's a world alliance of countries that are ready to sanction you. So it might, you know, cost more, but you could ship in stuff from probably places in South America.
Why not?
Why is there not like a world union of countries?
Yeah, but doesn't everybody agree to at least a certain common ground and be like, oh, this guy's being weird? Well, nobody trade with this guy anymore.
Well,
because east from east and west from west, and never the twain shall meet.
Because everybody had, like, tons of people have totally different interests about what they want to see in the world. Not everybody just wants to be like, oh, the U.S. said this, so we're going to do this, you know?
It seems to me people say UN, but UN, from my perspective, I had a lot of politics classes and whatever, and it seems like UN is just a bunch of talk. Let's all agree to this. Everybody is all happy with their hands up, and when it actually comes down to doing stuff, nobody gives a shit about it. Everybody just bridges everything that they signed for.
I mean, like, there are enforceable actions that the UN passes. Like, if you violate...
Sanctions have limited value in slowing the Russian military down because the Russians have so many resources internally, and China is going to stop trading. Yeah, that's a good take. But the money system might be a good way to squeeze them.
Some UN mandates, like there will be, you know, sanctions that will come out against you. It will hurt your economy. But I mean, the UN is kind of like intentionally designed not to be super heavy-handed because the UN is supposed to make the world a more peaceful place. Like sometimes people will look at the UN and be like, there's something on the UN called the UN Security Council. And, you know, I think Russia and China are members of the Security Council. You only need like one vote to shoot down, you know, like major action. And people are like, okay, well, we can never do anything with all these other countries on the Security Council. This is so dumb. And it's like, well, it's supposed to be that way. You want to have unanimous approval from people so that the entire world doesn't go fucking haywire, you know, with the UN acting as like a warmongering organization or being really aggressive towards certain parties. So it might seem like the UN is a little bit toothless. There are like mandates that get enforced and there are sanctions that come from it, but like overall, you don't want it to be a super adversarial body. You want most people to feel kind of bought into it.
Okay, and I was watching something, and a lot of African countries were speaking like Ghana, like Gabon. What? Why?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I don't know anything about their involvement in any of this.
Because they're part of the UN and they have opinions.
Okay. Now, what does Russia want to achieve here? Why they want to reclaim? How do you mean reclaim? How are you reclaiming when you're just destroying it? If
Russia,
if I want to reclaim, let's just say like you're in my house. You're in one of my. I have 4 houses. You're in one of my houses, right? Hey, that's my house. And then I bomb it, right? Well, now I don't have a house anymore. Why would I do that? If I want to reclaim the thing that I just destroyed?
Well, because you want the land and the territory. Strategically, the territory represents something. You're getting further and further away from Moscow in terms of having land that you own, that other people can't set up, attacks against you from. The area itself is like really rich in industry and resources. So owning that area, I think there's a lot of iron and other, I think there's other types of resources that are valuable in Eastern Ukraine as well. And if you can argue that you have like an ethnic majority there too, which they do because it's been purposely designed that way. Russia has been shipping Russian people into Eastern Ukraine since the 1800s.
There's some suggestion the Russians might use crypto. I don't know how well that's going to work. That's faded as the crypto markets have tanked. The UN acronym says it all. If they're in the UN, they should try to stay united. Yeah, I think it's one of those things where it's a place where nonviolence can happen, right? Where there's speeches and conversations and denouncements and, oh, I was just passing through your territory. My troops are just passing through. Like you do need some sort of like venue in order for countries to deliver messages like publicly and to one another. Yeah.
Then if you can own that land, you're just basically expanding your territory further and further west, and then it just gives you an advantage to build on.
Until what? What's the end goal? To crush it until there's no Ukraine? It's all Russia, and then what? And then what? And then what if another country that next to the border doesn't have the same political mindset as they have and upset at them? What are they gonna do? Crush them and push up?
This is like Realpolitik 101, and XQC is like painfully going through each step of the equation of like what is the value, what is the risk assessment of invading another country.
And then what? All of Europe is now, or all Asia, all Europe is all Russia now? What?
It's not going to be infinitely pushing. It's just going to be pushing as far as you can, basically. Because from the Russian perspective, what they view is NATO is pushing as hard as they can into Russian borders. They view, Russia will say, well, the US is an imperialist country that's expanding its own borders with NATO. I think 4 or 5, there are like 5 different countries that are bordering Russia now that used to be part of the Soviet Union that are now NATO member states. If the United States is going to push over and over again on their borders.
What's NATO?
So NATO was created in 1949, I think. It's the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. It was created, basically a bunch of countries came together and were like, hey, we don't want the Soviet Union to take over, so we're all going to join kind of like the United States, and we're all going to serve as kind of this opposition to communism, or the
breaking just now, U.S.'s indication that Russians are increasingly frustrated with lack of progress in Ukraine invasion, especially in the north, senior defense official. U.S. has no indications that Russia has taken over any city in Ukraine or achieved air superiority. That's astounding to me. Only to say no specifics except that Russian troops have been frustrated by, quote, a very determined resistance. I can't believe they have not gained air superiority. That's crazy.
Opposition to the Soviet Union.
Okay, no, I know about it. Okay. What is the acronym in French for NATO? Does anybody know?
OTAN, O-T-O-A.
Oh yeah, okay, makes sense. Yeah,
there you go. That's what's going on.
I know about the ALENA, the OTAN, and the OPEP.
Right.
Yeah, I know about the shit. It's because
I know about the shit.
OPEC, I understand because you have different acronyms in French, right?
Yeah, we have to relearn them because I know all this shit. I had advanced anthropology. I had fucking politics.
Mm-hmm.
You know. I know my bases, yo.
He's funny.
Okay.
He's funny.
Interesting. Well, I was just confused because I, at first, with all respect, I thought people were like memeing it, but people were saying World War III, Monk W, and then Sybil said his city is getting shelled or whatever.
We don't really get to like World War III because, like I said, like 2 nuclear powers will never cross arms. You're never going to have Russian and US troops shooting at each other.
Wait. I'm going to go back a little bit and just take me off. This is tweets from Simple. Simple is another Twitch streamer who is a professional player for, I think he does CSGO. Yeah, CSGO. He sent out this tweet. My city is shelled right fucking now. This is not Verdansk. This is real life. Don't let others fool you. Ukraine under attack right now. Please spread the word and pray for our country. And then he's like, no, that's Verdansk. Don't let others fool you. So I guess he's like correcting people. But yeah, there's a bunch of strikes. But yeah, that's a Twitch streamer who's like currently living through this.
Nuclear powers will never cross arms. You're never going to have Russian and US troops shooting at each other. This is why you hear the term like proxy war and people are backing different groups and areas, you know? We're not going to put troops on the ground, US boots on the ground to go and fight with Russian troops.
One huge issue has been crossing rivers. You can actually see on that map, the Dnieper is a series of dams so wide you can barely see the other side. The Ukrainians keep blowing up bridges. Interesting. Yeah, I heard that was one of the first moves that was done for northern Kyiv was to blow up like 3 bridges. And especially with tanks, if tanks are like the major thrust of your army, like moving them around is absolutely a big part of it.
Know if that leads to people nuking each other, but we can arm some rebel group like
so
we did with the Mujahideen, I think in Afghanistan. Like we'll arm certain groups to go and fight against Russian troops because hey, well like, it's different, you know. It's not us fighting, you know, one-on-one. So that's kind of how it works. Yeah.
A little bit like a
wait. While the claim was later debunked, it was used as a meme in other movie screenshots. So this is not real. This is a meme. This is debunked.
It's not us fighting, you know, one-on-one. So that's kind of how it works. Yeah.
A little bit like Hunger Games. Like people like they sponsor their fighter type of thing. They give them like bonuses and whatnot, right? And they're like betting that their fighter's gonna win against the other one, right?
Maybe, yeah. Or maybe like, say like I really fucking hate you, but I don't want to say that I hate you, but let's say that you've got like an orbiter. I might tell one of my orbiters to go fuck with your orbiters, and that's my way of like fucking with you, but I'll never say anything against you directly because I don't want to hurt the clout, you know?
Twitch speech.
So when does this end though? Like what could even happen here? Do you think that they're actually gonna push through and get a bunch of land, and then what?
So right now, what Putin has done is, and unfortunately this propaganda works and it's spread a lot on the internet, unfortunately.
Update from Zelenskyy on day 3. Did I get this correct? Yes. News from Zelenskyy. He's still alive. Holy shit. Like to start with a good news. We are holding strong and successfully defending. The fight is still going on. But we know that we are fighting for our land, for our freedom, for the future of our children. Kyiv and suburbs are controlled by Ukraine army. Sorry, I missed that. He's talking fast. Kyiv and suburbs is controlled by Ukraine army and reservists. Russians tried to occupy Kyiv and install puppet state as in Donetsk. We broke their plan. They gain no advantage whatsoever. On our streets in Kyiv, Vasilkiv, Vyshgorod, and suburbs was true battle. Enemy used artillery, air forces, tanks, paratroopers, drones. Russian shells, living suburbs, also trying to destroy our power plants. This is vile and mean. Damage by missiles, buildings, that's a statement for the world to stop this crazy invasion. We saw that. Residential buildings. Sincerely, I truly believe that people of Ukraine are deserved a place in European Union. Fighting a war to get in. That would be true evidence of support. Let's once and for all stop talking and decide that Ukraine would be European Union state. I talked about this today with President Macron, Charles Michel, Ursula von der Leyen. Anti-war coalition is working. We start receiving defense weapons from our partner. I think I mispronounced one name. We are already got almost full support to disconnect Russia from SWIFT. Wow. I hope that Germany and Hungary would find courage to support this decision. Hungary has found the courage. I suspect we have only seen a small fraction of the Russian artillery actually used yet. The movement is not fast. What do you mean by the movement? Like them physically getting from A to B? Because the artillery has to get to the location and set up? We have enough courage to protect our land with arms and to protect Europe. In our city, occupants get a retaliation strikes. Uman, Odessa, Kherson, Mykolaiv, Kharkiv, Kyiv, wherever Russians kill our people. Our army makes all possible to destroy occupants. Our west cities that suffered from air attacks hold strong. Thank you. Every citizen of Ukraine, if you can fight and destroy occupants, do it. Yes, because they are not conquering the cities in between, they are having to go around them. Okay, after this speech, I'm going to go over those cities and look at it on a map because I don't know anything. Everybody who able to return to Ukraine, return now. We must defend and rebuild Ukraine. If you can defend our country abroad, do it together and in unity. Apparently, Pornhub has blocked Russian users. If you're a true friend of Ukraine, you can join us in our struggle. Please come in and help us. We will give you a weapon. We will announce the details very soon. To all our defenders, Slava! You are heroes. I'm awarding Skakun Vitaly as a hero of Ukraine posthumously. Gavin is going to block Russians from CSGO? No, stop, Kluxy. That's a war crime. You can't block Russians from CSGO. That's against the Geneva Convention. I don't think you can do that. If that happens, my opinion is going to turn on this war completely. A whole 180. A whole 720 spin. Sika. Suka. Isn't it Su? He blew the bridge by the cost of his life? Wait, what? I'm awarding Shakun Vitaly as a hero. He blew the bridge by the cost of his life. Switch to Russian. Talking about prisoners who didn't understand why are they fighting and what for. No, this is the first I'm hearing about it. Did someone like kamikaze themselves to blow up a bridge? Maybe Loud Tyrant Youth? Maybe. Yeah, women of the world, shut off your porn hubs to the Russians. Okay, I'll stop. The story is the detonator didn't work, so this dude set the bomb manually? Bro. Yeah, because all it takes is like some shrapnel to cut the line, right? Between your plunger or your activator, your switch. Yeah, that's a suicide mission. The faster you stop it, the less people will be killed.
Ваших людей останутся живыми. Мы видим, что действительно есть выступления.
Saying thanks to anti-war protesters.
И мы знаем, что многие в России сейчас просто шокированы подлостью и жестокостью власти. И это очень правильная реакция. Я благодарю вас за эту реакцию. Спасибо Леониду Парфенову, Дмитрию Муратову, Юлии Хиджаковой, Валерию Меладзе, ну и тысячам достойных других россиян, чья совесть звучит.
He's saying people's names, I guess.
Просто остановите тех,
to stop the people who lies to you, to us, to the whole world.
Лжет нам, лжет всему миру. Нужно закончить эту войну. Мы можем жить в мире глобальном, в мире человеческом. Наши військові.
Switches back to beautiful Ukrainian language. Jesus. National Guards, police, reservists, beautiful border guards, SBU, citizens.
тероборона, прикордонники, спецслужбовці, громадяни. Тримайтеся.
Oh my god. Holy shit. Ukrainians are going hard. This is how Ukrainian... Oh, let me just clear out some of this. This is how Ukrainian Terminators look like. What is an NLAW? Is it that thing? Holy shit! Oh my god, I don't know if I can watch this, man.
Обещаю, блядь, после этой ебаной войны, блядь, заткнуться на русском языке, блядь, твари нахуй.
Holy shit. What the fuck did I just watch? I guess that was an anti-tank weapon? Holy shit, that was metal. Chechens have arrived. But wait, are the Chechens coming to defend? There's a Ukrainian flag. The M72 Law is a portable one-shot 66 millimeter. Oh my god. 66 millimeter. Oh my god. Yeah, I know, right, Simon? Oh my god, that was some intense footage. UK supplied 2,000 of these Swedish Bofar and N-laws or M-laws to Ukrainian army. Holy shot. Like, oh my goodness. We did see that Molotov cocktail get thrown. So some fighting. Residents preparing cocktails. What an operation. Is it getting jammed? It might have gotten deleted like the other one. Yeah. Deleted. Soldier. Whoa! Did you see that? Oh, the tank. There's a tank on fire. Driving through like a residential area. Holy shit. Yo. Just like out in your neighborhood? Ukrainians waiting for bread in Kharkov? Oh my god, look at that line. I don't know, according to some internet weirdos, banning the Russians from port will only make them stronger? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. How's it going, Demand Better? Yeah, Smirnov was founded in Russia, but it's owned by a British company, and none of its current distilleries are in Russia. Some are in the US. So people, it doesn't matter to boycott Smirnoff because Russia doesn't even make it. Grand Rapids Bar pulls Smirnoff. Stolichnaya vodka. Lol, Smirnoff is British. Oh God, this world. Here's what mainstream media don't... Oh, this post has been removed. Damn. It's propaganda, I bet. I bet it was because it was propaganda. See, like, can you imagine seeing tanks just chilling in Canada? Drifting at T80? So you recognize the tank? Jesus.
Providing Ukraine with $350 million in additional military assistance to fight off Russian invasion. The Czech Republic has also said that it will donate machine guns, assault and sniper rifles, pistols and ammunition valued at $8.6 million to Ukraine.
Yo, there's that footage.
Meanwhile, Russia announced that it is closing its
Angry
airspace
and
to
horny
flights
is not a
from
good
Bulgaria,
combination.
Poland, the Czech Republic. This after countries announced a similar move of banning flights by Russian carriers from their airspace. And now for more insights. We earlier spoke to Maximilian Haas, who is a fellow at the Foreign Policy Research Institute in London. Listen in to what he had to say.
I don't think stringent economic sanctions right now are likely to deter the Kremlin.
It just pauses?
Seen some of the most drastic measures announced in over 80 years.
Lol, what? Internet? ¿Por qué?
The middle of the city. Russia says that its assault on Ukraine is aimed only at the military targets.
Weird.
But then again, bridges, schools and residential neighborhoods have all been hit since the invasion began on Thursday with air and missile
Chapman's
strikes.
is badass.
And Russian troops entering Ukraine from the northeast and south.
I see. Port. Right.
Ukraine's health minister has said that 198 civilians have been killed in conflict so far, including 3 children.
Fuck?
The Russian Defense Ministry, however, says that they are not targeting Ukrainian cities. The conflict has driven thousands of Ukrainians from their homes in search for safety. Meanwhile, UN officials say that more than 120,000 Ukrainians have left the country for Poland, Moldova, and other neighboring nations.
PM Modi holds talk to Zelenskyy? That was important.
Ukraine is
Any
bearing
idea
the brunt
if
of a
Canada
Russian
sent their army? I think they're on standby. That was the last news I heard. Simo Catfish. It was like 3,500 troops were put on standby.
Kiev is pleading for help from the West,
The
but
Joint
all that
Task
they're
Force?
getting are assurances and
know
more
that part.
assurances and some sanctions. So how
India, led by the fascists? Isn't Narendra Modi like proto-fascist, if not full-on fascist?
after months of denying that Russia will not invade Ukraine, on Thursday, President Vladimir Putin announced a special military operation in its neighbor. A move that Moscow says was triggered after the West failed to take Russia's security demands about the NATO seriously. Ever since Putin announced his mission into Ukraine, the West has imposed a barrage of sanctions against Russia. These sanctions target President Vladimir Putin, Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov, Russian oligarchs, banks and businesses. With that, a rising number of countries have now come up openly in support of banning Russia from SWIFT, that is the global banking system.
We support all the sanctions, so we will block nothing. So what the prime ministers of European Union are able to agree, we accept it and we support it. We don't block it. This is not time being clever. This is time to be united. So it's a war, and what we have to do to get back to the situation which was prior to the war. So restore the peace.
Alongside many of NATO and EU member nations are sending additional military aid to Ukraine. They have supported Ukraine's fight for freedom, but have said that their troops will not be involved in Ukraine's war. In a recorded message to citizens of Russia, the UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson said, and I quote, "I do not believe this war is in your name." Johnson spoke in Russian and Ukrainian during the message and expressed his support for the Ukrainian people. Listen in.
What's the support in Russia?
But Putin's actions are leading to complete isolation for Russia, shunned by the rest of the international community, hit by immense economic sanctions, and facing a needless and bloody war that is already costing countless lives, from innocent Ukrainians to your Russian soldiers who will never see their families again. And to my Russian friends, я не верю, что эта война от вашего имени. This crisis, this tragedy can and must come to an end. Тому що світу потрібна вільна та суверенна Україна. Slava Ukraini.
Wow, Slava
French President
Ukraini.
Emmanuel Macron, meanwhile, has said that the war in Ukraine will last and that his government is now preparing a resilience plan to deal with the economic consequences of this crisis.
Slovakia is giving to Ukraine roughly 12,000 pieces of artillery ammunition. 120, so yeah, that's definitely artillery. Roughly 10 million liters of fuel and 2.4 million liters of aviation fuel to Bozena demining systems from Robert. Okay, I'll check that out. Ondrej Zaxa sounds like a Polish name.
Because I'm going to give you a conviction this morning that this crisis will last, this war will last, and all the crises that will follow will have lasting consequences. We must therefore prepare for it with great determination.
The French Sea Police has detained a Russian ship in the English Channel. The ship was seized after authorities suspected that it belonged to a Russian company targeted by European Union sanctions. The US announced that it is providing Ukraine with $350 million in additional military assistance to fight off Russian invasion. The Czech Republic has also said that it will donate machine guns, assault and sniper rifles, pistols and ammunition valued at $8.6 million to Ukraine. Meanwhile, Russia announced that it is closing its airspace to flights from Bulgaria, Poland, the Czech Republic. This after countries announced a similar move of banning flights by Russian carriers from their airspace. And now for more insights. We earlier spoke to Maximilian Huss, who is a fellow at the Foreign Policy Research Institute in London. Listen in to what he had to say.
I don't think stringent economic sanctions right now are likely to deter the Kremlin. We've seen some of the most drastic measures announced in over 80 years against a major country, but the sanctions regime now essentially is very close to the sanctions regime on Iran. Of course, with an even larger number of states supporting it, because it was the United States that unilaterally reimposed those and reneged on its agreements with Iran under 2014. But the United States had made very clear, and so had the European Union, and to a lesser extent the United Kingdom.
Eggs thrown at Russian embassy in London in Ukraine protest. Eggs have been thrown at the Russian embassy in London during pro-Ukrainian protests outside the building. Hundreds gathered calling for Vladimir Putin to withdraw from Ukraine in demonstrations outside the embassy in Kensington, West London, as well as Downing Street on Saturday afternoon. Waving flags, banners, and placards, protesters sang the Ukrainian anthem and chanted, "Putin stop war, Putin go home, and free Ukraine." The embassy's walls in Kensington Palace Gardens were covered in chalk-written messages, drawings of Ukrainian flags, splattered eggs, and fake blood. Wow. Some in the crowd, which blocked a path outside the embassy, held posters comparing Mr. Putin to Hitler. What did the protesters have to say? Elena Kovalenko, 33, originally from northern Ukraine, told the PA news agency, quote, "I'm so angry with Putin for invading my Ukraine. I have family there, my mom and dad, and I'm so scared for them." Ms. Kovalenko, who has lived in the UK for 9 years, added, quote, "I'm here today to call for this country to help. Putin has to go." Another protester originally from Ukraine, named Andriy, 27, said he had joined the protest to call for other countries to do more. He said, quote, "The world can't watch as my people suffer. Putin is a barbarian. He's an animal. If sanctions don't stop him, the UK, the US, and Europe must be prepared to do everything."
that these kind of sanctions were what would happen if Putin invaded Ukraine. It is
Sorry,
Putin
there's
who
also
is
this. Justin Ling is a Canadian journalist. I see people saying that it's time for Canada to end crude oil imports from Russia. Good sentiment, but the problem is we already did. Canada's energy imports with the Russian Federation dropped significantly in recent years. We don't import Russian natural gas. So there's our blue 2019. We just dropped right off. What happened in 2019? Holy shit.
chosen to cut the Russian economy and the Russian people off from the financial world and the technological around the world. And it is Vladimir Putin who will bear responsibility for that over the long term. So I don't think it will deter him. He's made this choice knowingly, but I do think it will in the long term significantly affect the relationship between the Russian people who do not want war and who I believe are against this war, and the dictator who does want it and has forced it upon them.
Russia's invasion into Ukraine has divided the world. The United States and its allies in the West have tried to project a united front against Russian aggression. But Russia has also mustered its own allies. So let's now take a look at who has supported the war and who has condemned it, and who has remained neutral during Europe's worst crisis since World War II. Let's start with the US-sponsored draft resolution at the UNSC. The draft sought to deplore in the strongest terms Russia's aggression against Ukraine. The draft resolution was bound to fail. Russia, as a permanent member, vetoed the draft. China, India, and the United Arab Emirates abstained
we
from
already
voting.
kind of covered that. Here is a poem that is going around. Fools, 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 your blood is hot today. It cools when you are clay. Cool. So there's that. There's that.
11 nations, including the 3 permanent members like the US, the UK, and France, and 8 non-permanent members, Albania, Brazil, Gabon, Ghana, Ireland, Kenya, Mexico, and Norway, voted in favor. Far from being isolated from the international...
It sounds like a lot of weapons for a small country like Slovakia to donate. Pretty impressive. Yeah, curious, eh? How does Slovakia have so many... Well, not NATO. Not NATO. NATO's staying out of it. But Slovakia, the UN member state, is giving weapons.
Community. Despite the sweeping sanctions, Vladimir Putin has managed to cement his ties with China. In his visit to Beijing in the first week of February, Moscow and Beijing entered into a deep strategic partnership with no limits, and where the two allies agreed that there are no forbidden areas of cooperation. Russia, through its strategic intervention in the Syrian civil war, has earned an ally.
The National put out an episode. This is from yesterday. This is like one of Canada's better national news outlets that does like proper journalism.
Desperate efforts to leave Ukraine by rail, road, or even on foot.
I'm scared for my life, for my kids. I'm scared for my country.
For those who make it out, relief.
We have hope. Everything will be okay.
But millions are staying behind.
I look at people of Kiev and I believe they will not surrender.
They face Russian attacks and family separation to go fight.
I don't want to let him go.
From the West, new measures.
We will be imposing sanctions on President Putin and his fellow architects of this barbaric war.
I do think that going after their money is really one of the only things that would actually make them feel something.
Can it work? This is The National. Good evening, I'm Ian Hannamansing. The fate of Ukraine is being decided right now.
Oh wait, this is a really crazy clip. Zelenskyy drinking coffee and chatting with his fellow KIEV defenders this morning. Imagine what a morale boost it must be for these troops to have the freaking president literally fighting next to you. What a badass. Okay, bye Claire. Bye Claire, au revoir. À la prochaine. Crazy.
Strong words from Ukraine's president. Already early Saturday in the capital, Kyiv, and Russian forces do appear to be moving in. Blasts are rocking the city. These videos purportedly taken over the last few hours showing explosions and some fighting in the streets. Earlier, the president of Ukraine warned Russian troops were about to storm the city. Now, Ukraine's military says a Kyiv army base has come under attack. Tonight, we have reporters on the ground in 3 key areas. Margaret Evans is in Kyiv as those Russian soldiers close in. Briar Stewart is to the east across the border in Russia with Putin's message today. And Susan.
Here is that story on Vitaly Shakun. Blew up the Hanachesky road bridge. The engineer of a separate battalion, Sailor Vitaly Volodymyrovich Shakun, blew up the Hanachesky bridge and died, but he managed to slow down the enemy. Quote, on this difficult day for our country, when the Ukrainian people are repelling the Russian occupiers in all directions, one of the most difficult places on the map of Ukraine was the Crimean Isthmus, where a separate battalion of Marines met one of the first enemies. To stop the advance of the tank column, it was decided to blow up the Hanachesky road bridge. The engineer of a separate battalion, Sailor Vitaly Volodymyrovich Shakun, volunteered to perform this task. The bridge was mined, but he did not have time to leave. According to the brothers, Vitaly got in touch and said that he was blowing up the bridge. An explosion was heard immediately. Our brother died. His heroic deed significantly slowed the advance of the enemy, which allowed the unit to redeploy and organize the defense. The Marine Command will apply to the High Command to award the state award to Sailor Volodymyrovich. Russian occupiers, you know the earth will burn under your feet. We will fight as long as we live, and while we are alive, we will fight, summed up in the Ministry of Defense. Okay, so there is some Russian news on that.
Susan Ormiston is in Warsaw. Many fleeing this war are finding safety in neighboring Poland.
Slovakia is 32 biggest in GDP per capita? Really? Wait, what? Slovakia is number 32?
Let's begin with Margaret in
I thought it was small.
a city that is bracing.
Ian, in a late-night tweet,
Sorry, more news. Reuters is reporting that Russia resumes Ukraine offensive from all directions after pause. Yikes.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy warned his people that he expects Russian troops to storm Kyiv tonight.
Yeah, we watched that.
An air raid siren to start the day in the Ukrainian capital. But aside from it and the sound of the occasional artillery shell, the streets of Kyiv were wrapped in silence. The surest sign yet that Russian forces are closing in on the city.
The streets here are more quiet than we've actually seen them over the past 2 weeks. So quiet you could almost hear a pin drop. When you do see people out on the streets or a car going by, they're usually trying to leave town.
Video on social media showed Russian tanks a mere 10 kilometers from the presidential office. One showed a tank driving over a car.
Yeah.
People trying to pry the driver out afterwards, amazingly still alive. This apartment building was apparently hit by a Russian missile strike in a Kyiv neighborhood.
Yikes.
A determined Ukrainian defense has slowed the Russian advance somewhat. This is the eastern city of Kharkiv. But the Ukrainian president, Volodymyr Zelenskyy, clearly expects the Kremlin to try and remove him. He posted a video flanked by his top officials, the message clear: he's still here. The Prime Minister is here, he says, the spokesman is here, the President is here. That's how it will be. Glory to Ukraine. The government is offering arms to anyone who wants to help the army fight. And Ukraine's soldiers are given a hero's welcome wherever they go. But many people are still trying to leave the city nonetheless. There were chaotic scenes at the train station. Police firing into the air to stop people from swarming the train. More indignity for an independent nation suffering the indignity of invasion.
Holy shit.
Olga Saviak and her children gave up on the trains. We met her trying to come up with an alternative plan.
I have friends who can meet me in not far from Kyiv, and I try to...
Oops, to clarify, Slovakia 39 total GDP. Yeah, still pretty respectable.
Get taxi there, but not successful. No one's
answering.
No one.
Oh my god.
So what will you do?
I have no idea.
Yikes.
She's not alone. Many people are clearly
shit.
stunned at the haste with which they find themselves fleeing a city that just a few days ago was a place of safety.
And many people are obviously expecting yet another sleepless night here.
Margaret Evans in Kyiv. Let's head next to Briar Stewart in Voronezh, Russia. And Briar, the Russian President Vladimir Putin has a new message for Ukraine's military.
Yes, Ian, President Putin claims that Russia doesn't want to occupy Ukraine, but it's increasingly clear that Russia's goal is to use an invasion to try and stage a coup, and Putin is trying to enlist the help of the very people his soldiers are fighting.
Kyiv Independent reports that Hungary now supports cutting Russia off SWIFT. Hungary was the last EU country who opposed the measure.
As Russian soldiers are attacking Ukraine on the ground and its missiles from the air, President Vladimir Putin urged Ukrainians fighting and dying for their country to surrender. Take power into your own hands, he said. It will be easier for us to come to an agreement than with this gang of drug addicts and neo-Nazis who have settled in Kyiv. Surely a maddening message to all of those huddled in basements and in metro stations.
The fuck?
Ukraine claims its military has killed more than 3,000 Russian soldiers. Russia's defense ministry insists they've suffered no losses. It also says this explosion at an airfield in southwest Russia didn't take out any aircraft, but Ukraine said it launched the strike and destroyed planes. The blast happened just before 7 this morning in an area 30 kilometers from the border. As more soldiers pour into Ukraine, people are taking to the streets in Russia, chanting about a war they didn't want and can't even protest without getting arrested.
Scary.
Some prominent Russians are adding their voices, like tennis pro Andrei Rublev, who scribbled "No war, please" at a tournament in Dubai. Even the daughter of Putin's spokesperson posted "No war" on Instagram, but later deleted it. As Russia is hit with new rounds of sanctions that restrict banking and travel, residents are divided on just how damaging they'll be. I believe it will be solved peacefully, he says, and will enjoy the benefits of the world. In economic terms, first of all, it will impact everyone.
And Briar, Russia did hit back against some of the sanctions.
Yeah, some countries are going to be restricting visa access for Russians, and many have restricted planes from landing in their countries. And the UK first banned Aeroflot from landing there. Then Russia hit back, saying that all British airlines were not only going to be banned from landing in Russia, but even flying over their airspace. The UK then took another step, banning all Russian private jets. So really, at this point, it's clear it's just going to keep escalating from here.
All right, Briar, thank you. All of that maneuvering on the world stage driven by the fierce military advance that's happening right now in Ukraine. And David Common is here with a big picture view of the invasion. David.
So this just broke from Reuters. Did I do the right one? Russian forces frustrated by viable Ukrainian resistance, U.S. official. What the fuck? Oh, they figured out a way. I can't get the article. Bugger. Here are Ukrainians crossing over the border into Poland. Provided the broadcast works. Refresh. So yeah, pretty quiet scene. Yeah, looks pretty quiet. See looks like maybe a family coming. Curfew in Kyiv is now from 1700 to 0800. 5 p.m. to 8 in the morning. Holy shit. 5 p.m. Ain't nobody going to work. Yikes. Yeah, looks like another family. Can you imagine how far they walked? Yeah, the families are coming. Holy shit. That didn't take long. I thought it might be like a little long of a wait, like a kind of a boring thing to land on, but no. Holy cow. It's like the third family. Chechen leader, a close Putin ally, says his forces have deployed to Ukraine. So, yeah, I thought the Chechens were antagonists. Is Chechnya its own place? Biden. Ooh, there's quite a few people there, actually. Holy cow. Biden approves $350 million in military aid for Ukraine. It's quite the scene, eh? The United Kingdom says the bulk of Russian forces are 30 kilometers away from the center of Kyiv, according to Reuters. Turkey making efforts for immediate ceasefire, Erdogan tells Ukraine's Zelenskyy. Cutting Russia off from SWIFT, a matter of days, Eurozone central banker. Yo, that's going to have massive devastating consequences. Germany sent 5,000 helmets. But the helmets had Bill Gates's like 55G microchip in it. So I'm pretty sure it shoots lasers out the back of your head. Pew, pew, pew. Yo, look at all these people arriving. Oh my god. How far did they walk? She's smiling though. My people, my people. Dang. That's just one border crossing. This could be the scene playing out in like a couple spots. Ex-President Medvedev of Russia said, Russia doesn't especially need diplomatic ties with West. Turkey urges stop to Russian military options in phone call with Lavrov, the correspondent for the Kremlin. Is Bill speaking to you directly? Still keeping you up at night? Yeah. Yeah. He whispers sweet nothings into my ear. And so I just toss and turn. Russian soldiers in Mykolaiv hiding in basement of building get dragged out by locals. Pause. How do I pause you? Wait, what? How do I pause you? Odd. Russian soldiers get pulled out of a basement. Oh, those people got guns too.
Пидорасы ебаные из дома стреляли. Вон крепят, сука, пидоров тянут.
Ukrainian militia near Sumy attack a Russian logistics truck and capture the driver.
Бензин не тройте, дед, пожалуйста, я вас прошу. Кто вас направит?
What's going on with his hands? Is it because he's crying or because of the ear damage? It's like having a panic attack? I mean, I don't blame him. Yo, you never used to be able to see this kind of stuff. I remember like the televised, the broadcast of the Vietnam War had a massive effect. Ukrainian soldiers fearlessly prepared for Russia. No fear in their hearts, just bravery, something NATO could use. Propaganda, everybody.
Щоб зросла завзяття міць! Щоб зросла завзяття міць! Щоб сміло йшов я в бій! Щоб сміло йшов я в бій! Так, як ішли герої за тебе, свята! Так, як ішли герої за тебе, свята!
This is just straight war propaganda.
За твої святі ідеї! За твої святі ідеї! Щоб помстити ганьбу неволі! Щоб помстити ганьбу неволі! Потоптану честь! Потоптану честь! Глум катів твоїх! Глум катів твоїх! Невинну кров помордованих дітей твоїх! Невинну кров помордованих дітей твоїх! Величну смерть героїв української нації! Величну смерть героїв української нації! І тисячі інших незнаних нам! І тисячі інших незнаних нам!
Okay, so I think that's just propaganda. Ukrainian military shoot at civilians attempting to leave Mariupol. I mean, it's middle of the night. Oh my god. Suka. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the Whoa! 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 fuck, that was crazy. That was so... That looks like Russians. I couldn't tell if this was Russian or Ukrainian, but why would Ukrainian soldiers shoot at their own people? This person's getting downvoted. I call bullshit. Fake ass propaganda. Yeah, I don't know about this one, but that was intense footage. Sheesh. Volunteer fighters armed with assault rifles patrolled central Kyiv on Friday, ready to defend their country. This is New York Times.
Where people are waiting to get their weapons
Computer
to
programmer.
fight the Russian invaders. There is no reason to believe that they're going to stop anytime soon, and their objective clearly, at least to me, seems to be the occupation of my entire country and the destruction of everything that I love. I'm just a regular civilian. I have basically nothing to do with war or any other thing like it. And I wouldn't really want to participate in anything like this, but I don't really have any choice because this is my home.
My motivation is simple. We saw some of these interviews before. It's better than sitting at home and waiting for something to hit you. Who else but us?
When I heard the explosions, I decided that I am ready.
Business manager.
I'm an adult woman. I'm healthy, and it's my responsibility.
Так, наразі, виходячи з того, що ми прив'язані до конкретного району Києва, ми готуємось саме до вуличних боїв. Нам розповідають, як правильно себе поводити в команді, поодинці.
Люди тільки йдуть і підтримують, тільки хвалять, і щоб хтось переживав за це, що ми зброю. Я за сутки останні. Наоборот, чим більше людей зараз, українців, всі зброють, тим спокійніше буде спати.
Так, ліву руч.
Far from being isolated from the international community, despite sweeping sanctions, Vladimir Putin has managed to cement his ties with China. In his visit to Beijing in the first week of February, Moscow and Beijing entered into a deep strategic partnership with no limits, where the two allies agree that there are no forbidden areas of cooperation.
Wow.
Russia, through its strategic intervention in the Syrian civil war, has earned an ally in Bashar al-Assad. Since 2011, the United States pursued a policy of a regime change in Syria by backing the rebels fighting against the government to oust Bashar al-Assad from Damascus. But Putin, through military aid from 2011 and direct military involvement in Syria from 2015, helped Assad turn the tide of the Syrian civil war. Russia has its only Mediterranean port in Syria at Tartus. It also exercises close control over the Syrian port of Latakia. This has turned Syria into a stout Russian ally in the region. Syria is the only other country after Russia to have recognized Donetsk and Luhansk as independent republics. The Russian Deputy Prime Minister Yuri Borisov was on a whirlwind tour recently of the leftist nations in the Western Hemisphere from the 16th of February. He met with the leaders of Venezuela, Cuba and Nicaragua and signed a series of strategic cooperation agreements on aspects such as trade, energy and financial cooperation. Russia's decisive intervention into Kazakhstan has reiterated Russia's position of preeminence in Central Asia.
France seizes suspected Russian-owned ship in the English Channel. French sea police have seized a ship in the Channel that authorities suspect belongs to a Russian company in one of the first visible displays of the West enforcing sanctions on Moscow over its invasion of Ukraine. The cargo vessel transporting cars, which was headed for St. Petersburg, is, quote, strongly suspected of being linked to Russian interests targeted by the sanctions. Well, it's starting to happen.
In the month of January, Kazakhstan erupted in nationwide unrest.
Yeah, no kidding. So much
prices.
Weaponry.
But Russia, leading the CSTO troops, managed to crush these protests in a short and decisive operation.
North Americans are pretty soft. I don't think we're as hard as as like Eastern Europeans. No way, no shot. Like Canada, like maybe the hunters will come out but like we're a pretty peaceful nation. Like we're not very militaristic. So I don't know.
More Central Asian nations have maintained friendly relations with Moscow and have not condemned Russia's invasion into Ukraine. So although the United States has been working its diplomatic levers to isolate Russia for invading Ukraine, Vladimir Putin so far in the conflict has successfully managed to call the American bluff and has also showed up support for Russia. People across the world have come together to denounce a Russian invasion in Ukraine and to express solidarity with the citizens. Thousands from more than 50 countries came out on the streets demanding peace in Ukraine and stricter sanctions against Russia. Take a look.
Oh, this is super helpful. This is a really helpful shaded relief map of Ukraine. So this was the water you were talking about earlier. What makes it particularly difficult terrain for like tanks and stuff? Yeah, there's the river that flows through the capital. And then here is Crimea. Interesting. Yeah, so if you're coming from the south, it's a lot easier than... Okay, yeah. Finland and Sweden to receive enhanced access to NATO intel over Ukraine. Oh, shit. Moscow newspaper condemns Putin over invasion. Russia bombs Ukraine. In an act of rebellion against the Putin government, Russian daily Novaya Gazeta, yeah, the others, like Pravda and Novaya Gazeta, that are like the last two independent sources in I just don't know how to change to English. How do I... Where is the translate button? I guess they don't newspapers in Britain and around the world, even in Russia, condemned Vladimir Putin's decision to invade Ukraine. In an act of rebellion, the front page read, Russia bombs Ukraine. Editor Dmitry Muratov, winner of the Nobel Peace Prize in 2021, wrote, quote, "Together with pain, we feel a sense of shame. What is the next step? A nuclear war? Only a Russian opposition movement against the war can save the life of this planet." This newspaper sees the war as madness. It does not see the Ukrainian people as our enemy. Wow. Russia bombs Ukraine. Wow. Sheesh. 47 retweets, okay.
Quanti presenti?
Wait. Okay, yeah, we'll watch that. Poland. Oh, I missed some stuff. Super lucky to only be boarded by the US. I know, but we're boarded by the US. Half the reason we had that freedom convoy is because of the US. Poland refuses to play Russia in 2022 World Cup playoff game. Russia warns. Oh my God, make it stop. Oh God, no. Russia warns it could respond to sanctions by opting out of nuclear arms pact, cutting diplomatic ties. Yikes. Russian President Vladimir Putin is the largest target of sanctions over the invasion of Ukraine, with the US, Canada, and European allies announcing they are adding direct measures against him and his foreign minister. Russia on Saturday warned it could react by opting out of its last remaining nuclear arms pact and cutting diplomatic ties. Yikes. Yikes. Yikes, 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 yikes.
Ласкавої розрадниці, uma Ave Maria, em ucraniano, e depois essa paz esperada. Pecadores, agora e na hora de nossa morte.
Stop fascist Russia! What they need to do, they will fight. Reaching out to every single friend that I still have left. Stop Putin now! Stop Putin now!
Stop Putin. Oh, I could go for Putin. Yeah, I mean, Putin is how you write it in French.
The European community of the world.
No sleep for Russia! No sleep for Russia!
No sleep. Wow, protests around the world. Now Ukraine, then EU.
Wir haben das schon 2014 gehört, als
Istanbul. Yeah. Vladimir Putin. Putin, c'est écrit comme hommage à Putin. It's written like Putin in French. It's really funny.
Millions of Ukrainians spend the third day in fear with sounds of bombs and shelling echoing all around. Lives for all of them changed overnight as Russia decided to attack Ukraine. Before we end this bulletin, here is a stark image where hundreds, including senior citizens, who are unable to even stand, and children in their parents' arms are waiting for a train to Poland in an attempt to flee the conflict back home.
Okay, I think we've learned everything we can today. It has been quite a few hours that I've been streaming. I should probably get some lunch and do some other stuff. I might come back and start an Elden Ring stream later, but I might also be hanging out with my mom. So we'll see what comes first. But yeah, thanks for hanging out, joining. A lot of information in the chat. I very much appreciate when people are sort of like contributing. Freya had some really interesting takes and learned about the Flight Radar 24 system. So today was quite the day for news coverage. I hope I'm getting better. I should be here tomorrow. I'm considering going to the Montreal protest tomorrow afternoon. I also have a show I was going to do tomorrow night on this channel, Hot Topics Cool Heads, with some other people on Twitch, and maybe just discuss the Freedom Convoy and maybe this Ukraine news, just see if they're still down. But that might make for a pretty tight day, you know, like an IRL stream in the afternoon and then rushing back to try to do like an evening talk show. So I'm not sure how well that's gonna go. We'll see. We'll see, everybody. I'm hoping. I had planned down that talk show for like weeks now. If you guys have never heard of Loner Box, he puts on really lovely videos on Twitch and has all sorts of really good takes. I've been trying to fact check Putin's claims for the reason he is invading Ukraine. All I can really find suggests that it's for interest that can benefit Russia's capital so far. Yeah, pretty much. So go check out Loner Box. We're going to go raid him. And yeah, I hope hope you had a lovely, interesting day. And I'll be here tomorrow morning, probably around the same time, 8 or 9 o'clock. And yeah, it's gonna be good. All right, I'll see you later. Bye everyone. See ya. Go say hi to Lonerbox and follow him. Okay, bye YouTubers. I'll see you later.